Hey everyone, Dr. Z. I'm going to keep this quick because this is a 4+ hour video. It's a masterclass on the most powerful psychedelics known to man with Mira Funk, who is an expert guide, psychotherapist, and non-dual integrator who serves many clients these medicines. Now, here's the thing. I was one of those clients. When we recorded this video, we recorded it first before I decided or did any journey with any of these medicines with Mira as my guide. Subsequently, I did do those medicines. And what I would advocate, we did 3 videos. This video is a huge tour de force masterclass, a meditation prep video that she uses to kind of describe how she prepares her clients for these journeys to look at the sort of non-dual nature of reality and how you might unjourney back to it using the medicines. And then an integration session after you do the journey, trying to integrate what was happening. I recommend you watch that integration video with me first because it's the punchline. I've done these medicines with her guidance that we talk about here, and the experience was really beyond words, but yet that video describes almost nearly immediately after the experience what it was like. So watching that first and then coming back here to do the deep dive is probably the best way. So I'll link to that in the description. Also, I expect you're going to read the big disclaimer because obviously this is not medical advice. These are complicated medications. You should seek the advice of a medical professional in terms of drug-drug interactions, other conditions you may have, and always use a trained psychedelic guide when exploring these, especially for the first time. Those links will be there, links to all of Mira's stuff. There'll be time codes so you can get a sense of the topics and skip to what you're interested in because it is a long video. There will be parts here that will frighten you because of Mira's own experience with these medicines that taught her so much about how to safely administer them. So definitely, if you're interested in this, this will be an amazing experience. And with that, I give you Mira Funk on the psychedelic Unjourney. Mira Funk.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Are we recording?
Heck yeah, we are.
Wow. I thought you were going to say like, okay, now we're live at this moment. Okay.
You know that, but see, I'm trying to get away from the inauthentic broadcaster thing. But the truth is, like, that's actually authentically me. Hey guys, welcome to the show. Like, I've done it for so many years.
Yeah.
Yeah. But seriously, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Thanks for trekking down. Where are you based?
I'm in Corvallis, Oregon. So it's about 90 minutes southwest of Portland.
Nice. Is it pretty rural overall?
It's a small college town. So it's like 60,000 when the students are there.
Oh, wow.
And in the summers, it drops down quite a bit. So it does feel rural. I mean, it is the ag school. So, I mean, there's livestock on campus and everything.
That's like where I grew up in Central California. And you're a licensed clinical social worker.
That's right.
Tell me a little about your background.
Yeah. How far back should I go?
Oh, man. So your childhood. Tell me about your childhood.
My childhood. Well, let's see. I'll try to not go into too much detail up front, but so I grew up in Texas, in Dallas, and back then I was raised and understood myself to be a cis male, a straight cis male. So that was my identity back then. I had a pretty unhappy childhood, I would say, for a variety of reasons. There was a lot of strife and trauma in my household, but also there was a lot of medical trauma that I went through. And I guess the most salient example of that is this thing that happened to me when I was 8 years old, where I had this febrile seizure when I had strep throat. And it I don't know for sure if it was that, or I've also had this Lyme diagnosis recently. So there may have been some Lyme disease going on, but I just felt like from a very young age, at sort of like a neurocognitive level and just like mind-body level, I just always felt really disconnected, like really dissociated, and just sort of like trapped in my own thoughts. And so, I was really depressed, and I think I felt a lot of unworthiness, and I channeled that into my studies. I was just like really like academic, like hyper achiever.
You're like a Harvard person and all that?
Yeah. It was such a weird, I mean, Harvard, it was so, symbolic of like who I was back then, where that really meant something to me. In terms
I know that feeling.
In terms of like having some label that made me feel better about this emptiness that I was feeling.
Oh man,
inside.
Right? I know that feeling so well. It's like achieving your way out of emptiness.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, my dad like left our family when I was pretty young. And I mean, he was still around here and there, but I think it left this wound of like, I think as a kid, you take that on yourself rather than like really attributing to the parent. It becomes easier psychologically to say like, oh, this is my fault. So I think I felt somehow, less than or unworthy or unlovable. And so I think getting all the attaboys and accolades from the academics like kind of helps cushion that to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't enough. And I mean, when I was in college, I was such a nerd. I was like really into classics and like ancient Greek and I ended up majoring in comparative literature and doing like Russian literature and all this stuff. And I was just like all about the academics. But I basically had like a couple of, I essentially like a kind of nervous breakdown in college where I was just so depressed I couldn't function. And I remember I was sitting in the library just trying to like memorize the ancient Greek alphabet and like the different forms and suffixes and stuff. And I just like couldn't do it. I just hit this wall. And so I took a whole year off, and that was really grounding. I lived with some family in New Hampshire and lived on this farm and was like shoveling horse manure and like feeding geese and stuff like that. And it's interesting I bring that up because I guess that's actually an interesting turning point, because I remember, I just felt I was so in my head that it felt like I felt a physical weight almost. It's as if like my head was like full of marbles or something like that. And it was just like, it would just sap my energy because I was just thinking so much. And I didn't know what I was going to do, if I was going to go back to college or what I was going to do with my life. And every day I'd have this deep uncertainty of like, am I going to, what am I going to do? Am I going to change colleges? Am I going to go back to Harvard? Like, am I going to never go to college? Am I going to be a farmer? I don't know. And it was
Harvard versus farmer.
Yeah, exactly. And it was kind of like, it was interesting because this I don't know was this obsessive loop. I don't know. And then I was shoveling horse manure one day, and I just had this brief moment where my mind was just clear. I think it was probably just a moment of flow where I was just shoveling horse manure. But I noticed it, and it really surprised me. It was like, oh, what was that? Like, where did all the like? I just became really light and kind of empty in this relieving way. And I just noticed it. I thought, that's interesting. I don't know what that is. And then I was Googling around on the internet, and I came across something about Zen and something about, maybe not knowing or don't know mind or something like that. And all of a sudden it was like I just felt like this connection was made. And I remember at the time saying to myself, maybe I don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Maybe there's some kind of spiritual practice that already exists that is exploring this don't know mind, this kind of clarity, this presence. It just so happened there was a little satellite group of the Quantum School of Zen. Do you know those guys like Zen Master Sung-san?
I'm not as familiar.
I mean, there's so many different schools of Zen. So, But Sung-san was this Korean Zen master who, I think it was around the 70s, he started like coming to the West, and he was first in Rhode Island, and then he set up all these centers all over the world. And it's this, really robust community. And I remember I went to a Zen group there. This is in New Hampshire with some family, and where I was living. And the Zen master there, I remember I was asking him these questions that were just very much like dualistic and very much mired in thinking and trying to figure things out. And I didn't understand what he was saying, but it was hitting me at some different level. I just remember I was asking these very cognitive questions, and I was getting these answers that it was almost like they were orthogonal or on a different dimension. And something in me just said, I don't know what the fuck that is, but yes, like I want that, And of course, in my mind at the time, it was like a thing to have, but I just had this sense of I need to do this, whatever this is. So I ended up going back to college, but the Cambridge Zen Center, which is just down the street from Harvard, I was there, and I practiced there for a while. But then I had another kind of, it was less of a nervous breakdown and more of like a spiritual crisis, I would say. That was like junior year of college. And again, it was this feeling of depression, like disillusionment, and feeling like, I don't know, my studies just felt so kind of meaningless. And, but I had this passion for Zen. I wanted to go all the way. I wanted to go deep. And so I concocted this kind of wild scheme. I was like, I'm going to take a leave of absence. And then I like maxed out my credit card. I bought this ticket to Korea, and I lived in this Korean monastery for 3 months.
Wow.
And it was so in Korean monasteries, they have these 2 periods of the year. There's Kyulche and Heije. And Kyulche, my understanding is the translation is like tight dharma. So it's really intensive and it's silent. And then the Heije period is a little looser, although it's still like you're still getting up at 3 a.m. but you can talk.
Wow.
It's not silent. And so I went for 1 month of the Kyulche and 2 months of the Heije. And yeah, it was really intense. It was some of the most suffering actually I'd ever experienced, because I didn't really know how to meditate. I was totally unprepared. It was actually like, I would never advise anybody on the spiritual
you just
path.
jumped right into the deep end.
No, it was just like, no. And so I would just sit there for hours and hours just stewing in my own juices and just, and just like obsessively journaling. I was just really doing it wrong. I wasn't even meditating. I was just like,
but was it really wrong though?
Well,
yeah. In retrospect, no.
In retrospect, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, got me where I was, but
it's suffering.
Yeah. It was not good meditation. But it, eventually something happened, where things did start to settle down. And I did start to have some, miniature little opening experiences. I remember this one time I was sitting on the cushion and just in like utter agony, like my legs were just like on fire. And I don't know what it was. I just had this instinct. Maybe I'd heard a Zen master say some piece of advice, but to just notice it, just like go into it and be with it, the pain. And all of a sudden the pain, I remember it kind of expanded and opened up and like exploded. It felt like there were all these just sparkles or something like that, just energy. Yeah. And it was, again, it's sort of like with the shoveling the horse manure, it's this moment of like, oh, this is just sensation. It's not a problem. Like my mind is storing it into a problem, but I can just sit with it. And the last thing that I remember before I left Korea was I'd been there for those 3 months, and I was just chilling with like the resident Zen master at the local, they call it a jinjilban, which is like a bathhouse basically. And, I was just like in a mugwort tea bath with
it's like Spirited Away.
Yeah. Just like Spirited Away. Yeah.
What have you done to me, Sen?
Right.
Yeah.
And I remember I still had this melancholic kind of like existential crisis thing going on. But I think in retrospect, it was very kind of adolescent in a way. And I remember just asking him, I was like, I've been here for 3 months. I've meditated so much. I feel like I've had insights. My mind has settled and been more clear. But I still just have this feeling of like, what is the point? Or this just feeling of sort of existential meaninglessness, or I'm not sure why I'm meditating, or what I don't know why any of this should even matter. I remember he just sort of said very matter-of-factly, as he was just like, scrubbing himself in the bath, he was like, it sounds like you're thinking too much. It sounds like too much checking. Which in the quantum community, like checking was like a sung-song catchphrase. That was just sort of like, he would always say, like, don't think, don't check, don't make. Sometimes he was a little extreme. It's like, you can't not think. But I interpreted that to mean like, your mind is clinging on to, stories and kind of formations, as opposed to just allowing thoughts to come and go and just be in the flow of this mystery. And that was a huge, almost like just like a koan that just, I just realized, wow, I like my entire adolescence, I've been, stewing on this kind of existential, melancholic crisis of, I remember I would just spend hours as a child just like walking around deep, mired in thought, just asking myself these philosophical questions like, what is like, what does it mean to be a moral person, or what does it mean to be good, or why am I here, or why should I even go on living, like all these questions. And it Yeah, it never occurred to me that the answer could be just so simple as, before your mind is making those questions, there's just this kind of clarity. And it's like before the mind, or it's like if maybe the thought can form in your mind, but if it's understood in this almost energetic, aesthetic way of just sound, just energy, rather than as some kind of problem, then there is no problem. It's just what's happening. And so, yeah, all of my existential angst just almost instantaneously melted away, and it's never come back. Like, which is such a relief.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful, because what you described is this. Mm-hmm. It's just we live, especially as adolescents, and if there's trauma, it seems to, the way you described it as a weight. Yeah. Like this weight, it just becomes this huge heavy balloon that can't ever just be what it is. Yeah. Yeah. And so you go through then the seeking, and the seeking is more of this. It's more of this.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Why? Okay, how do I meditate, and how do I achieve this thing that this guy seems to have in the bath? And then it's just one click sometimes.
Yeah.
And the energetic house of cards just collapses.
Yeah. And it's so comical because, I mean, back in the day, I mean, I was really in college, I would read, Camus, I was like into like the existentialism, right?
Yeah, right.
And actually, this is so funny to me now. When I went to Korea, I brought with me, and this is what a ridiculous thing to pack, an international trip, this massive tome, which is Martin Heidegger's Sein und Zeit, like being and time. And I really had this idea that I am going to read this book, which I never understood. It's so abstruse.
Oh, it's heavy, yeah.
And I obviously don't know German, so anyway, and I'm going to read this, and I'm going to meditate, and somehow I'm going to figure this shit out, at a kind of intellectual level. And I just left the book there at the monastery. I just gifted it to the monastery library because I was like, I'm dropping it like a hot potato. I don't want to read that book ever again because it's so, it's I don't know, it's useless. And that's an interesting thing too, is that I don't know, I really have a hard time with Western philosophy almost in its entirety. Like there's almost like, I don't want to completely throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I'm just like, is there any part of Western philosophy that actually is useful in any sort of way? Because to me, it's like just more thought upon thought upon thought, as opposed to something that's this dance, this energetic dance. It's more like learning how to ride a bike or learning how to tango or something like that, which is more, anyway. So,
entering the flow of this moment, which isn't a moment.
Yeah.
Right. And where you implied something here, which I thought was beautiful. And by the way, this is the spontaneous conversation that we're having, but like, there's a reason we're talking, which I'll get to, but it really, actually, this is the reason we're talking, because when you reached out to me by email, you were pointing at exactly this in a way that was so compelling, because I know what this is, but I also struggle with the suffering of thought. The whole philosophy thing, right, is such a heavy balloon in itself. And it's again, thought upon thought upon thought. And so this letting go, where suddenly all that existential stuff that was really mind created. Why can't I find meaning? Why can't I find purpose? Who am I? What am I doing?
All that shit.
From this state, and which isn't a state, which is just this, the question doesn't even arise.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Or if the thoughts arise, again, it's a different kind of, it's almost like an aesthetic relationship.
Right. Like, oh, look at this philosophy or this question, isn't it? It's just what it is. But it doesn't have the weight of absolute truth in some way.
And even I would say at a more real-time level, it's like, I mean, if the thought arises, why should I act in this way versus that way? Or what is the good? Or these philosophical questions, maybe it's more of like, it's like listening to music. You know, it's like, or listening to the twitter of birds or something like that. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way, because I think sometimes people can say, oh, the thoughts, they're just like, this over here, they're just like background noise. But
ghosts.
But actually, I think we need to honor our thoughts as part of our sensory experience. So in the same way that you might, like be in the Jinjilban, like feeling the texture of the soap and the warmth of the water, thoughts are also another sensory channel, right? And I think that's something that's often ignored in spirituality, that our thoughts have as much rich sensory texture to flow with than, as anything else, as like our breath or as any other sensation. But it's a kind of aesthetic sensory relationship that you build with thoughts, as opposed to one that's more conceptual or problem solving, I would say.
And the beauty of that's really well expressed, by the way. The beauty of that is that you don't privilege any particular experience or sense gate.
Yeah.
So you could say thought, like they say in the East, is the sixth.
Yeah.
A sixth sense. And so you treat it as beautiful as the visual field or a soundscape,
exactly.
sensory touch, like you said, sitting in the bath and feeling. And when that happens, then thoughts don't attain this privileged position of this is what I am.
Yeah.
Identity starts to disintermediate from thought.
That's true.
Now, so when you'd emailed me, you kind of pointed at some of this, and then I went and looked at your website, and I was like, oh wow, because you're a trained therapist, you're a licensed clinical social worker, you've been through this whole, let's call it an awakening journey, although it doesn't feel necessarily like that means anything.
Say that reasons I don't necessarily like that word awakening. We can get into that. It's kind of interesting.
Absolutely,
too.
Yeah. But we'll say that like to speak in that way, to say, okay, people who maybe think that's a path, like you've gone through that. And there are different tools that you've used, meditation, the different, non-duality, and that word is a little heavy too, but then also psychedelics and medicines and the deep traditions around those. And you are a guide that helps other people with these medicines as appropriate, where it is allowed, to use them for that sort of growth and to integrate as part of this process. And the key thing that you point to is, this is what really drew me, because there's so much bypass in this. There's so much, and this is when you talk about thoughts, it just proves this point, which is, oh, thoughts are bad. They're nothing. So
Right.
No, they're everything. In this moment, the thought is the entire universe. It's just this.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
And so using all these tools to bring us fully back to the realization that it's only this, perfectly, even when it feels imperfect, with all our humanity. And so the bypass of trying to distance from our humanity, maybe that's a stage, or maybe that's a perceived stage in our...
Yeah, I was there for years.
Yeah,
I've lived bypassing. I mean, in some ways, the entire spiritual journey is moving on a spectrum from, I think, deep bypassing into, subtler and subtler, like less bypassing. I don't necessarily believe that you can 100% not bypass, because I don't really believe in this idea of mythical, like full enlightenment. Where somebody doesn't suffer at all.
Have you ever met anyone who you think is fully mythically enlightened? Yeah.
I've met people who have claimed that.
That for sure. But, you could just meet YouTube and see it. Yeah.
But that's, I mean, I think our human wiring is to seek pleasure and avoid pain, right? So it's like very wired in us that when there's something difficult coming up, like we want to distance. And so, I think the practice is this iterative kind of asymptotic thing where you're just getting more and more connected to your experience, like as it's happening.
Beautifully put.
Yeah. And so, I don't know.
So how did you then start to relate to these medicines as a way to help with this? Because many people in my community ask about this. Oh, Zubin, what do you think about psychedelics? What do you think about psilocybin? What do you think about 5-MeO-DMT? What do you think about ayahuasca? What do you think about LSD? And I tell them my own experience with it, that was limited to certain compounds. But so how did you come to this, and what was that sort of journey in a nutshell?
Yeah, well, it's a perfect segue, and it just seamlessly is the next part of my story. So after college, then I, there's sort of a whole thing there where I had like a career in art, but eventually I decided to go into social work, and decided to be a therapist. And so I worked for a number of years doing basically mindfulness-based therapy, especially acceptance and commitment therapy, which has actually some non-dual influence in it. So that's kind of interesting.
Is that like a Kabat-Zinn flavored thing or something different?
The Kabat-Zinn is the MBSR.
Right.
And then Stephen Hayes is acceptance and commitment therapy.
I see. Okay.
It's a really cool framework. I mean, it's limited in some ways, I think, as you go deeper and deeper in the spiritual path. But I mean, Stephen Hayes, to his credit, basically like took a lot of elements of Buddhism and non-duality and made them into a Western evidence-based modality that you can bill insurance for.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
Yeah.
So kudos to him. But anyway, I was practicing that way, and I worked in community mental health. I worked in the VA. I worked at Oregon State University. And then the shift for me was when I read Michael Pollan's book. And so this really wasn't that long ago.
How to Change Your Mind.
Yeah, because that came out in, I think, 2018.
Yeah, I read it around the same time.
Yeah. And it's so interesting. I love in life how you can just surprise yourself by just doing things you never thought you'd do. Because, I remember for a long time, I was really anti any kind of substance, any kind of mind-altering substance. I just had this really strong aversive reaction to it. Maybe that was because I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
Maybe that's because I was raised in that generation, where it's like
just say no.
Yeah, just say no, all that stuff, that programming. So but in a spiritual level, I had this kind of puritanical purism, I guess, where I just believed like, no, you have to do it like the right way, which is through meditation. And if you're using substances, it's cheating, or it's just something superficial. It's just an experience. And
it's another addictive component. It's bypassy.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I remember I had this friend who we were both kind of, spiritual companions, I guess, back in college.
Dharma buddies.
Yeah. At some point he told me that he'd done this DMT quest, somewhere in California. And I remember just listening to him and thinking, that's just so that's like fake superficial spirituality, or that's just
it's so
like,
California.
I was just so dismissive. But I don't know what it was. But I read Michael Pollan's book, and I just had the sense I should read this book. And I remember I was reading it, and I was in the bath. Here we're getting back to the Gingelbon, but I was just in my bath at home.
It seems like the bath is a central theme in this.
It is,
makes me want to go jump in the tub.
Baths, I think actually baths have been a spiritual experience to me. If I think back on it, even in childhood, there was always something about, because it's a time of refuge, right? When you're not necessarily, maybe your parents are off doing something else, and especially if you're old enough that you don't have to be supervised, and so you're just there. And of course, there's something about water and just it's very sensory, right?
Yeah.
There are bubbles,
full body sensory.
Yeah. And I also always used to love going underneath the water and just closing my eyes and just staying there. And I don't know, maybe it takes you back into being in the womb or something like that. There's something very primordial about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was an adult, reading Michael Pollan's book in 2018. And I was looking at the soap bubbles. I was taking a bubble bath. and I was listening to it actually as an audiobook, now that I remember it. And I was listening, and he was describing some psychedelic experience. And I was watching the soap bubbles. And somehow it must have been dampening my default mode network and just getting me more into just now. And it was just such a beautiful experience. And something just clicked in me. I thought, maybe I've been dismissive or judgmental towards these substances. Maybe I should try this. And it just so happened that a friend of mine, well, this is Oregon, so the land of mushrooms, right? Mushrooms are everywhere in Oregon. He had some, and he was actually just turning 65. And he really wanted to do mushrooms. He'd never done them before either. And he also read Michael Pollan's book, and he was also a therapist. And we decided, let's do this together. So that was my very first experience.
And so that was just like 2019?
It was November of 2018.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been a just explosive period of growth for me over the last 6 years, which I credit to the psychedelics. Like it's just, my mind just really opened and accelerated. And then since then, it's just been, faster and faster of just exploring all these medicines. And I feel like I've been in this rapid, intensive R&D process of figuring out what works for me in my body and my brain, and what seems to really grease the wheels for this, well, we'll call it now awakening process. I want to talk about that word later.
We'll undo that later.
Yeah.
We'll undo that.
And here I am. But so in 2018, so basically what happened was we rented this yurt, and we had no idea what we were doing. Like the scale we had, I realized later it was somehow calibrated improperly. So we actually took a lot less than I thought. Like I thought I was taking 15 grams, which would be ridiculous.
That's
I was that ignorant.
Yeah.
But I was actually just taking 1.5 grams because it was somehow off by a factor of 10. I can't remember. There was some setting
I thought you went to Harvard. What's going on here?
I know. It's embarrassing. But anyway, but I took that 1.5 grams, and it was a very mild experience. And at first it felt like nothing was happening. And so I thought this was a dud. And it's interesting, I might have just walked away from that being like, oh, I guess this isn't for me. But somehow I had this impulse of, maybe I need to do something to kind of go deeper into the experience. So I lay down and covered my eyes, which of course now is so common, in a medicalized setting. But I didn't know kind of what to do. I was just sort of walking around, or I was trying to meditate. Nothing was happening. But somehow that allowed my body to just relax. And all of a sudden the experience like really came on. And still, it was relatively mild. But what happened was non-duality just became obvious. And I think there's also this integration for me of, I've always had a long-standing interest in neuroscience. And I've always been really intrigued. And, I was part of the generation that watched like The Matrix, when I was growing up and stuff like that.
That's a documentary.
Yeah. I think. And so this idea that your subjective reality is created by your mind, is somehow correlated with your brain. We don't obviously know how that works, but this idea that when I'm looking at, a cup, this isn't the actual cup. This is a representation that my mind is generating in consciousness, as opposed to like the physical atomic cup. Like I already had that somewhere in my mind as just an idea. And then I had all this practice knowledge of Zen. And, there's certain catchphrases in Zen, like the mind makes the world and stuff like that. But I don't know why I'd never connected those two dots. And when I took mushrooms, it just went whoop, like that. And it was like, oh, holy shit.
Yeah.
This is so obvious. Like, obviously everything is one. Obviously everything is consciousness. And again, I'm using all these terms kind of like under erasure because these are just sort of
we have to
keywords.
Be able to talk. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what consciousness is, but it's
nobody does.
The sensorium, the collection of sensory experiences, it's all like a unified tapestry, and all the sense gates synesthetically combine into just this one fluid experience of now that's just happening. And it feels like you're in the middle of this incredible art installation that's just like unfolding without your control. And yeah, like a thought in my head, the sound of somebody playing music at a yurt, next door. It was all just, it all felt like it was all just happening in the same room, the room of consciousness. And it would just, the light just came on immediately. And that was kind of it for me. It was just like, holy shit, like this is what I've been searching for my whole life. I had that feeling. I feel like I've been trying so hard with Zen. And honestly, my meditation practice was so brutal. And that's one thing I do have some critiques of, like the or sort of the teaching, I guess the pedagogy of Zen, and within the quantum school in particular. Like I just feel like there's an aversive relationship with thoughts, I will say, to a certain extent. I mean, Zen Master Sung-san used to say, like, he talked about your backseat driver, and he'd be like, you tell your backseat driver to shut up,
It's kind of brutal.
Yeah. And at the time, that made sense to me. I was like, oh, yeah, because my thoughts are the problem. I'm thinking too much.
They're assholes.
Yeah,
That's how it feels.
I need to shut my thoughts down. I need to cut them off.
That's right.
And
you hear that a lot now in circles on YouTube, people talking about this stuff. Oh, the thoughts are the enemy.
Yeah. And it was so much bypassing. It was so violent. And, I feel like I like squished my mind through this meditation. It was very hard. It was very rigid, just trying to not think, basically. And, to a certain extent, you can get somewhere with that. I mean, if you really are just trying, okay, I'm focusing on my breath, or I'm focusing on a koan, or what do they call it? The hwadu in Korean. This, like, you can, ask like a great question, like who am I? I don't know. That's part of the quantum kind of hwadu practice. If you do that, and when, your thoughts come up, you kind of ignore them and you come back and you do that kind of seesaw thing, you can get better at just focusing, but it's very violent in a way. It's very like traumatic. It's because you're really splitting a part of your experience off, and you're labeling it as somehow, with this kind of aversive or dismissive label, like my thoughts need to be sort of controlled or corralled or something like that. I've never liked that metaphor of the monkey mind, and we're trying to train the monkey. It's like that poor monkey. Like it's like
he's part of all this
cruelty to animals. The monkey should be flying in the jungle, and that's what non-duality to me is. It's like, oh, when you just open your mind, like your monkey can just play, and your thoughts can just play. And then when the monkey is just playing, the monkey isn't a problem, because you're no longer in this kind of like almost like colonial relationship of like, I'm trying to tame the monkey.
This wildness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the mind is just wild, and that's fine. It's actually amazing. It's more than fine. It's like, wow.
It's nature itself.
Yeah.
It's nature itself. This. And the strange thing is the one part of that really resonates too is this whole display is seen to be happening spontaneously to no one in particular.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that's where the word consciousness fails, because there isn't even seen to be a perceiver of it. It's just what it is, self-knowing. And even that is a clunky way of saying it.
Yeah, reflexive.
And so then how do you, when you're pushing and pulling on thought, you're setting up another thought structure, which is this bipolarity of here are these bad thoughts.
Building all these cages and walls. Yeah.
Right. And maybe you could argue, so here, let me throw this at you as devil's advocate. Maybe you argue that these traditions talk in this way as a bridge. You build this boat that says, okay, you're going to fight with thought and you're going to do this and you're going to yell at him in the backseat and you're going to do that. And then once you realize, oh, it wasn't like that at all, and the questions fall away, you burn the boat and you're there. So you used it as a tool, you used the mind as a tool to overcome the conditioning of the mind, and then it relaxes into the non-dual isness of this, and it's done. So do you think there's a problem with that? Sort of.
I do, actually. I mean, I don't want to say there's one right way through this path, because I think everybody's different and whatever works. And I mean, for me, I think that there was sort of a progression where my mind was just all over the place, and it seemed like doing that really intensive practice of trying to quiet the monkey mind like gave me enough space maybe to do other practices. But I still think that if, and this is just a hypothetical, but I think if I had started from the beginning with just relaxing the mind, I think that I would have progressed a lot faster, honestly. Yeah. And so out of compassion, I don't personally see the role for ever having an aversive or dismissive relationship with like part of your sensory experience. I don't see that. It just feels like it's something you have to undo later. It's like you're building a fraught relationship with part of you that then you have to heal later. So it's like, why create the wound? To begin with. Well, can I say just one more thing?
Yeah, please.
This is really interesting to me, and I hope the listeners will be fascinated as well. Is I think there's something really interesting going on neurologically with the kind of practice where you're trying to tame your thoughts versus the kind of practice where you're just opening the mind. And the person who's worked on this the most that I've seen is this guy, Zoran Josipovic. Have you come across
No, I haven't.
Oh my God, you would love this. If you just Google, it's like Zoran Josipovic. I think the video is titled like "The Mind is Wired for Unity" or something like that. But basically what he talks about, and it just makes so much sense. When I read this, I thought, wow, that is just amazing. And this is all obviously correlation, and it's not causation. And we're talking about neuroscience. But basically, if you're doing practices that are, you might say, effortful mindfulness, that's what Locke Kelly would say, or sort of dualistic mindfulness.
Or effortless mindfulness.
Right, where it's like, okay, my meditation practices, I'm going to sit here and focus on, X, like the breath or whatever,
a mantra,
sound or mantra. And then when the thoughts arise, I'm going to treat them as a distraction and be like, okay,
ignore,
back,
move back.
That what's happening is that you have this default mode network and your task positive network, and these two are anti-correlated, right? So it's like, oh, okay, the thoughts are bubbling up again. Oh, that's a problem. My default mode network is, too elevated. So I'm gonna really focus on the breath and increase that task positive network. And okay, now the thoughts are decreasing. Okay, now I'm back in that flow. And so basically what's happening is there's this observable, what Josipovic calls this like anti-correlation, where it's a seesaw, and you can feel that. I mean, even somebody who's never meditated, I mean, you have the sense of when I'm, in some kind of flow activity, I'm thinking
absorbed
less.
in a task, yeah.
But then when the thoughts come up more, obviously I'm not as good at what I'm doing, with my hand or something like that. So you're kind of managing these two networks. But here's the really interesting thing is that, you can, if you do the one style of meditation, which is what I did for years in my Zen practice. I'm not saying that's all Zen, but with the, tell your backseat driver to shut up. Like what you're doing is you're getting really good at training that functional anti-correlation so that your task positive network is much more lighting up a lot more than the default mode. You're getting really good at like managing that, right? But something different happens. This is where it gets really cool. When Josipovic has done these studies where he's scanned the brains and fMRI of people practicing non-dual styles, and that something really different happens, which is that the anti-correlation actually falls away, and that these two networks are now synchronizing. And this is really interesting too, because if you loosely say that the default mode network is more of like a internal network of like my thoughts, and the task positive is more of like I'm focusing on something outside myself. I mean, maybe it's in your body, but it's like outside your head, or it feels that way. That actually outside and inside are dissolving, which is, so it's just really interesting that and this is just correlation, but the the connectivity of the networks between outside and inside in the brain seem to correspond subjectively to a dissolving of boundaries between inside and outside. And so to me, that's another argument for it's like, if, and we have to be careful here about value judgments, like, is non-duality better than duality? That's another story. But I mean, at least in my experience, at least having access to that open spaciousness is just such an incredible relief for just the fraught relationship with one's thoughts or with one's emotions, where there's just no room. It feels like there's no room for everything just to open. If we want to give people more spaciousness and more vastness, and to just let everything flow, then to me I don't see the role of training the mind to get really good at this kind of separation seesaw thing that you have to later undo. Like, why not just start off? And so I don't, when I teach meditation to people, I do a little bit of Vipassana, but I'm always very clear from the very beginning that we can do this Vipassana on anything. So we can focus on your emotions, we can focus on your thoughts, we can focus on your body sensations. We're not excluding or privileging one over the other. But then very quickly, I mean, even from the very beginning, like the very first meditation, and I'll guide you on this later. Yeah. I always incorporate the non-duality. So we start off with, there is a subject object, but then we're starting to soften and collapse that by the end. Yeah. So I just, again, I am skeptical of the idea that we need the rigid kind of effortful mindfulness boat. I just think it's very damaging. That was my experience. Yeah. So I can speak to my experience with this. Yeah. So 2012, I had a very spontaneous, and prior, I've done a video about my experience with psychedelics, particularly LSD, psilocybin. And that was a sort of crack in the matrix. That's when I first realized, because I like you, was pretty heavy as a young kid, just being like, what is this? And absorbed with these things. And then, college comes around and I try these things and the mind cracks open, and it was seen like, oh, this is all generated by, this is not, it's empty of substance. Immaterial. It's immaterial. It's a beautiful display. It's virtual. It has an affective, emotional component that's woven into the fabric of it, right? Yeah. There's no distance. The body and the environment are not two. And there was a knowing that this is how animals actually move through the world in some level. And but then that closes down, and then you go and become a doctor and you do all the things, and there's a closure. So in 2012, I had a spontaneous shift where it was seen again, like, oh, there's only this. It's so simple. Yeah. And for quite a period after that, it was the spontaneous sort of goal is the path kind of practice where it's like you just drop into this, relax, open spaciousness. Anytime there was felt suffering, I could just go, it's actually just this. Like, where is the sufferer? Like, what is even going on? But then as thought started to sort of reassert itself, and the conditioning, years of conditioning started coming back, especially the medical conditioning of you must accomplish things through study, effort, and work. Then I started looking at Vipassana and doing, doing the breath meditations and, all this striving. And it felt like a lot of work. And you would have these Did you get Goenka?
I never did a Goenka retreat because I never had the time at that time, but I did enough home stuff where it was like, hours of sitting, following the breath and having, reasonably mystical type experiences in that process, but never touching the simplicity of this. It was always a dualistic feeling, striving, setting up that polarity in consciousness. And then all the thinking about it, well, what if everything is consciousness? And how would that work? And
all the
philosophy of it, which is all fun and great, but it is a trap in the end.
It's dead weight.
It's dead weight in the end. It starts to fall away like a booster rocket once you reach a certain...
it becomes painful, actually.
It is.
Because it's like you're just sitting there. Yeah, it's almost like if you're, I don't know, watching a movie and then trying to like do your taxes or something like that. Why would you be doing your taxes when there's a movie? It just doesn't make sense anymore.
You don't do your taxes during... Like I watch Interstellar and I'm like, God, man, if I just had taken the earned income deduction, if I just made less money, it would be... But so then coming back and rediscovering it's partially through grace and partially through all that work of the Vipassana actually allowed a kind of ability to recognize thought for thought more, and then that clarity kind of opening up. And then the meditation retreats being retreats where I sat and did nothing. It was just this. Yeah. And then some self-inquiry. So like, what is actually looking at this? That was a big shift for me, was the crack of, like, I remember I was suffering at a retreat, just suffering, like how you described. And it was a lot of, why the fuck am I doing this with these just crazy people? Everybody's so depressed and, emotional. And it was all in my mind going crazy. And suddenly I was like, so who is it that feels this way? And look and experience, and just empty radiance of this moment, and this laughter, because whoa, what a relief. And you described it as a relief.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a spaciousness. So now let's come back to this journey, the psychedelics, because we have a good sense now of kind of this kind of unfolding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, as you come back to that, I have a anecdote that I think will tie a lot of these things together that actually has to do with a Goenka retreat that I went on.
And for people who don't know, the Goenka retreats are these very kind of like silent 10-day, very little support.
Yes. And it's very regimented.
Right.
And it's, you listen to recordings of Goenka. So there is usually a teacher there who can answer questions, but they're all kind of very, it's very cut and dried. Like, it's very systematized.
Yeah.
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 And I want to be clear too. I mean, I don't want to create some sense of aversion, like, towards the
any particular practice.
Yeah, any particular practice. Like, I think it's all about integrating all these different things. And I think in a way, because you can bypass with any practice, right? So it's like you can use Vipassana to bypass away from your thoughts. You can also, in Vipassana, maintain the sense of an observer, right? So you're kind of bypassing from the investigation of, like, who is the person noticing these thoughts or noticing the breath or whatever. But then, by the same token, you can do open awareness practices where it's like, oh, I'm feeling grief and sadness and anger. Let me just go to the open awareness so that I'm not feeling that, right? You can use that as an escape.
Right. It's kind of this unbound consciousness as a bypass, so that you're just a witness. Yeah. But you're not that.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you're not connected to your body. So I think what I try to do in my work is to bridge these two worlds together. Like I said, when I start people off, we're doing Vipassana, but everything is on the table, in terms of what we can investigate, and we're weaving in the non-duality. So I feel like Vipassana, kind of without the non-dual spaciousness, feels incomplete. But also, like, if you just teach open awareness, but you haven't trained somebody to develop a really robust connection with their own body and their own sort of sensory flow and energy, and just knowing what it feels like to feel pain in this microscopic level, or to feel anger, the heat in your face. If you haven't done that, there's another bypass that's possible. But you bring those two things together, and then I think it's like the ocean and the waves. Like, you have the micro textures of all of the waves and all of the sea foam and everything. And you also have the sense of, the vastness of the ocean. And then you have those two things coming together. Right. So that's kind of how I try to think about it.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Because they're not two. That's non-duality. Yeah. They're not two. Right. The ocean and the wave, they're indistinguishable.
It's all just water, right?
It's all water. But you can think about that intellectually and say, yeah, that's true. Or you can realize it through these practices or the medicines that help with this. Yeah. And that realization is in a sense the liberation, because now there's just what's happening. Yeah. Without separation, without pushing and pulling. Because how can a wave push on the ocean and somehow think it can be separate? Yeah. Or vice versa. Yeah. How can the ocean push on its own waves?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And we should bookmark too this other keyword, liberation.
Yeah, tell me about this.
This linguistic critique later.
Yeah, please.
But I want to before we get too far afield, like tell you about this Goenka retreat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We'll bookmark that. Yeah.
I feel like you and I could talk for like 16 hours.
Yeah. Totally.
So we'll do this, and then we may even do a separate piece. Yeah. Exactly. We'll come back.
Yeah. These are like the footnotes. I just feel like there's something really interesting about language. I mean, I'm kind of obsessed with words. Yeah. But I think they really do matter. I mean, when you're using certain words, they can be an opener, or they can end up really getting you stuck. Yeah. Right? And I think, awakening, liberation. Anyway, we'll get there. But yeah, so this is kind of in a way, scandalous, embarrassing story to share, because I broke one of the precepts on the Goenka retreats. And I guess I feel okay sharing that because it feels relevant to the story. But I do want to be honest that I in a way it was ethical misstep on my part, or it wasn't like so anyway, what happened was when you go on a Goenka retreat, they're extremely strict. They're so strict that you aren't even supposed to do any practices at all except for the Goenka practice. So even if you're doing like yoga on your break, that's kind of considered like, you shouldn't be doing that because that's not the purity of this Goenka practice. And, I'll be honest, I feel like I have a bit of a rebel streak in me. That's something that has taken me some time to, there's an ego thing there of like, I'm going to do it my way. And I've done a lot of work over the last, especially 6 years of just learning how to be more in harmony with others, not always trying to, and I think that's part of being socialized as like a white person, to this sense of like, I know the best way, but anyway, and being socialized as a cis man too. And I'll get to the gender stuff later.
Yeah.
But so I was on this retreat and really rigid. And of course you're definitely not supposed to do any substances. I mean, that's just obvious. That's the rule that I broke.
Okay. Keep going.
I'm sorry. I want to apologize to all of the Vipassana or the Goenka people because I shouldn't have done this. But anyway. So the story is I got there and I'm doing the practice. And I'm already having this kind of rebel part come up where it's so regimented and there's this very particular protocol where you're doing, just noticing that the streams of, do you know about the whole thing with the streams by the nose,
tip of the nose, the
very
lip,
fine grain. And I see the value of that, right? If you're building that neural architecture of just like, can I connect with my sensory experience?
That's right. And noticing the impermanence of each experience.
Yeah.
And
I had already had my mushroom experience before then. And I'd also been doing the body scan for like a long time. And so I came in, and I can sort of tell in retrospect, I had this sort of arrogance of like, I already know how to do this stuff. Like, so I kind of had this sense of, I already know how to do the body scan really well. I already am really good at noticing, sensory clarity and focus with my physical experience. So maybe I don't have to follow the protocol exactly as it is. Maybe I can kind of use this as a container to like a laboratory to kind of, sit and play with these different forms. And I started to develop on my own this thing I was playfully calling the no body scan. And I'll share this with you later as part of my meditation. But what I would do is I would sit, I don't know, maybe for like an hour or so. And then the first 30 minutes, I would do the classic body scan, part by part, piece by piece, going through every body sensation. But then what the mushrooms opened up for me is that, as you just said, like the body is just a construction within this ocean of consciousness, right? And so then I would actually do the body scan again, but each time I would get to a part of my body, I would just dissolve it. And so then over time, there was no body. It was just space. And so that was my kind of custom Vipassana practice that I was doing. And so when I came to the Goenka retreat, I don't know, it just felt so, it just felt so dry, just to do the upper lip. And I thought, I'm just going to do my thing. I know I'm not doing it right, but this is just what feels right to me in terms of what the edge of my practice. So I was doing the body scan, the no body scan. And it just felt like things were coming together. But then I had also brought some mushrooms along with me. And you're not supposed to do this. And I can be so naughty and like bad and just such a rule breaker at different points in my life. I feel like I'm better about that now, especially now that I'm a parent.
Right.
And I'm married and I have like a career. It's like
you have a 9-year-old daughter and a wife.
And actually being, a psychedelic guide, it's like you really have to be so careful about doing everything right, because there's so much potential for harm or for, just legal issues and stuff like that. You have to really be very meticulous. But so I think it was day 7 maybe of the 10 days. I took the mushrooms. And I also didn't know what I was doing back then with dosing. Before I was like, okay, 1.5 grams. I didn't even measure it. I was just so reckless. I just had a lunch. I took some mushrooms. And oh, wow. It was wild. I remember so much happened. At first it was very dysphoric. That's always interesting when that happens. Like it came on and I was trying to do the whole eye shade thing. And I was getting these horrible images of like Donald Trump and like excrement, like there was like piles of like poop in like Trump's face, and it was just this is really gross. I feel like now I would be able to just flow with that, but at the time I was sort of looking for my good spiritual experience, and it was like, this is. And so I took the eye shade off, and everything just felt really aversive. Like I remember I will take a walk, and I was putting on my jacket, and my jacket, it just the crackling of the material of the jacket everything just felt very uncomfortable. Like I was having this, and I was just walking around the grounds of this place, and yeah, things just were really opening up in these big sweeping ways, and I was feeling these waves of emotion, and great feelings of loneliness and isolation and sadness, and these huge sweeps of joy. And then it was time to go to the meditation hall, and I was still tripping hard. And I didn't intend it. I thought, okay, by the end of my lunch break, I'll be kind of down and I can sort of weave back into the retreat. I was trying to be really respectful. But I was lining up to get back into the meditation hall, and things were just so out of control. I remember having this feeling of, I can't tell if other people can tell whether I'm tripping or not. I was feeling paranoid. And it felt like there was this feeling of crisis, like something is wrong. Almost like a bomb had exploded. Like there was this weird feeling that I was in some alternate reality where something was wrong. But I finally made my way to the meditation hall, and I was sitting there and trying to, do the meditations. And then all of a sudden everything just dropped. It was just like, it was sort of similar to my first trip, that mild one where all the walls just fall away. But I experienced it in this really, really intense way where I just felt like the glass shell between me, like in my own head, and the world just went. And I just remember sitting there in utter astonishment because I had it felt like all these tangled knots of anxiety and all these little micro things that, as humans we're constantly worried about, like, did I get enough food? Did I sleep enough? Am I in the right posture? I don't want to be in pain later. Just always kind of micromanaging our own emotional state and the state of our body and all these things. It just all fell away, and I was just in this is radiant presence, like you talk about, and then I remember opening my eyes, and it was so interesting because there was no longer any separation. It felt like between me and other people, and it was funny because, of course, everyone's has their eyes closed, and then Goenka style, there's such a he says like work. So this is really strong, almost like puritanical intensity to it, and so when you look around, a lot of people are like on the cushion, almost like straining, like they're taking a shit or something like that.
Valsalva maneuver.
Yeah, it's like, and that's how I was feeling too. But I felt clear, and I felt the sense of incredible compassion for everyone. And I remember I'm just behaving very poorly for a meditation retreat. I opened my eyes and I just sort of gently looked around the room and just looking at everyone. And I almost had this feeling that time had frozen. And I was just sort of magically moving through this dream world. And a lot of these are just sort of fantastical things happening. But there was a integration for me that happened there where especially as I was coming down, everything I was doing when I went to the dining hall and I was just preparing a little bowl of fruit for myself, I felt so free. I didn't feel that there was any problem, anything I had to worry about, or anything I had to fuss over. It was like I could cut the fruit this way or this way, and everything's just kind of happening on its own. And especially looking at everyone's faces, I just felt this incredible sense of connection. Because I had been, sometimes you do a silent meditation retreat, you're just in this tunnel of your own thoughts, especially I think early in your practice where you're just stewing in your own juices. And I felt like with that barrier removed, I could just see people's faces. And that has never gone back for me. Whenever I look into another human being's face now, ever since that experience, there's just this immediate feeling of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like, whoa, look at this other being who's here and look at their face. And there's almost this feeling of divinity. It's like, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. And it just sort of takes my breath away. And it's a really beautiful thing. And it just opened my heart so much. And so yes, I admit that I should have done that, but it was a light bulb moment for me because I think I also, and this was kind of the birth of my whole practice of doing non-dual psychedelic integration, because I just realized, wow, I've, been on this one track, this one methodology of doing, this really kind of hardcore intensive meditation, doing the Zen, doing the Vipassana. Yeah, I'd had this opening with a small dose of mushrooms. With this bigger dose, I just felt, wow, this union, this synthesis of meditation practice with psychedelics is doing something so much faster and so much deeper. And this this has to be something that I devote the rest of my life to. That's how I felt.
Wow.
I was like, this is my path. I want to continue to explore this for myself. I want to figure out how to help other people do this because, yeah, and there was so much compassion because I just remember looking at everyone's faces straining and thinking, you don't have to be doing it that way. It feels like this almost Sisyphean, like rolling the boulder uphill, just like, it doesn't have to be so effortful. Like there are tools and there are other practices that it can sometimes happen spontaneously. It can happen quickly. And that's what I want to give people, you know? So that was sort of the start of it for me, of doing this work. Yeah.
That is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. And what a story. And you know what's funny is you did all this shit that is absolute, like if you tell a meditation teacher that you're going to show up and do mushrooms at their silent Goenka retreat, they will, I mean, you will be exiled to the phantom zone like in Superman 2 where they're like flying through space.
I'll never be able to do a Goenka retreat.
Yeah, exactly, which is fine because that was part of the journey and it's done. But because you made these mistakes, because you were authentic to what you were feeling, now actually you seem to approach the whole thing with this understanding that, oh, there is this synthesis of non-dual meditation, all the techniques that you've kind of pointed out where nothing is really rejected, but there isn't this like, this striving with these medicines that you have your own experience with, that you've made the mistakes. And now you can actually serve as someone who guides because you also have the training as a therapist. You have all this experience with non-duality and with the medicines. So together it's like kind of a perfect storm. And that's when you reached out to me, I was like, what? Because, you know, I've met a lot of really amazing psychedelic guides and I've met a lot of really amazing non-duality teachers, but I haven't met a whole lot who integrate the two. So a lot of times with psychedelics, there is a kind of like, oh, I'm just trying to get to the root of my trauma and feel better. I'm just trying to feel better. But what you're pointing at is ultimately, there, you know, and the word liberation is that it's crazy word, right?
Yeah.
But really it's seeing that there's nowhere to go. It's always right here.
Yeah.
And then the heart just blows open. And you look at other people suffering and you just go, it's my suffering. There's no distinction. Yeah.
It's almost like, like everyone's carrying this 100-pound backpack and finally it just drops.
Yeah.
And then when you look around and you see everyone carrying it, all you want to do is try to do what you can to allow people. And of course you can't force anybody. You can't twist their arm. You can't do it for them. But starting to just build a relationship with people, if they're ready to be like, can we work on dropping the backpack? Yeah. And you know, and sometimes meditation is not enough. And that's a big message I want to get out to people is like, I think that there are a lot of people who have, I would say, a certain neurological luck or privilege where they can do meditations and they can get into these very deep states,
they're spiritual athletes,
and all this stuff. And that's great. But for most of us, and I count myself, and I'm somebody who has a lot of neurological issues, you know, from this brain damage I had when I was a kid, you know, to Lyme disease and, you know, other sort of brain injuries I've had that I can tell you more about later. But I just couldn't do it. Like, I bet I could have meditated for 30 years and I probably would have been a more functional adult with less anxiety and more focus.
Right.
I don't think I ever would have broken through to any of this stuff without psychedelics.
So it's more in the frame of like what I talked with Ron Purser on my show about mindfulness. Like you can use these tools as kind of massaging the self to feel a little bit better. And it's been westernized and almost like colonially acquired from like these Eastern traditions that have these long lineages, right? Yeah. Or, you know, you can... it's ultimately because, okay, meditation alone, psychedelics alone, for some, either might actually be a crack. Everybody wants the magic answer to relieve suffering because the people who are on this path they're suffering, they're striving, they're looking, they're in the Goenka retreat doing this. But sometimes I think what you're pointing at, and I think this has been my experience, is it's some mysterious integration between all these things. Like you went into your first psychedelic experience, having sat for 3 months in Korea in a Zen thing, having had this flow experience shoveling shit on a farm. So it wasn't like you're going in expecting this thing. Yeah. And then things start to crack. And for me, it kind of went in the opposite sequence. Like I'd had this taste and then the meditation and then just spontaneous shifts. But then I'm like you, it's like, I can't do, I need help.
Yeah, I need help.
I need help. Like, and I'm
help.
okay
I can't
saying
do it.
Like, the conditioning of my life is so strong, whether it's the traumas of being a child, whether it's the traumas of being an adult, whether it's all our societal matrix, which we'll talk about the gender stuff, because I think that is just like, for me, it's a huge blind spot because I'm a product of the same conditioning, right? And where does that sort of fit into this? When we're talking about like non-duality, we say, well, the identity is like you're everything. And yet here we are saying, well, no, I actually identify with the pronouns she, her. And I consider myself non-binary, or how you can describe. And so where does that integrate? And all of it ultimately feels like, I don't know how to say this, like magical perfection when from that standpoint. But yet still, like from here, I can tell you, like I can have these absolute clarity. Like you and I can sit and it's just obvious, radiant presence. And then 5 minutes later, I'm in my head, contracted, suffering. Yeah. And so any tools in the combinations that seem to show up that can help start to clarify, I think are welcome. Knowing that there's risks, which we can talk about, and there's sort of some best practices that people are learning, right?
Yeah. And that's where the integration comes in. And that's, to your point about, I had the privilege of all these years of meditation before doing my first mushroom trip. And without that, it probably would have been really different. Who knows? I might have just seen Donald Trump face with shit.
I see Dan Quayle for some reason. I don't know.
And thought, that was weird.
Yeah.
So it's the classic set and setting. And this is what I try to do with people, because I take a lot of folks who, some people have had some prior meditation practice or some contact with non-duality. But honestly, a lot of people who reach out to me, they're having some kind of trauma or some kind of depression. They've heard that psychedelics might be helpful. They've never heard of non-duality. Maybe they've never meditated a day in their life.
Right.
But they want to work with me. And so that's where I, over the last several years, have developed this protocol of how can I take somebody basically from zero, someone who has never heard of non-duality whatsoever. And I try to do it in 5 sessions before the journey, give them basically a crash course in Vipassana. That's where I begin, so that they can shift from avoidance of their emotions and the bypassing to really contacting their emotions in real time in the body as energy. And then we start to move into non-duality, so they can access that sense of spaciousness and also just directly in their senses, in their visual field, in their auditory field, in their haptic kind of tactile field, like really feeling this experience as consciousness, for lack of a better word, rather than what we assume it to be, which you might say is, kind of sort of naive 3D reality, like material reality.
Something up here, perceiving something here, through nerves and ligaments. And
And then once we both feel like, or I feel like they're ready and they feel like they're ready, then we introduce the medicine. And it's greasing the wheels of that process, because otherwise, I feel like it might not take.
So let's talk about this, and I think what we'll do is then we'll take a break or something, and then we'll come back, and you can take me through the integration.
Yeah,
because the intent then is to use these medicines, and you can go through it with me. Like, how would you prepare? Like what you're pointing at. And I think so. One of the first questions would be, what are the medicines that you use mainly?
Yeah. So I've used a lot. I've experimented with so many, and there's 3 that I have settled on that I personally have found to be the most useful for me. That's not to say that they are the most useful for everybody. And those 3 are 5-MeO-DMT, and then nn-DMT, especially when that is combined with an MAO inhibitor. And I like to use Harmaline. And this is the classic combo that you find in ayahuasca. And I like to name that explicitly because it's an incredible innovation that these Amazonian people came up with. And nobody knows who was the first person to discover that. But it's a brilliant combination. And in ayahuasca, there's 3 MAO inhibitors. It's harmaline, harmine, and tetrahydroharmine.
In the natural compound.
Yeah. And I experimented with all of them, and I I found personally that Harmaline felt the most effective and the cleanest for me. And I like to say too, I mean, the reason I don't work with ayahuasca per se in that form is that I personally have just a very sensitive constitution, like a lot of chronic health problems. And so when I take an ayahuasca brew, not only is it causing a lot of digestive
the
upset,
purging.
but also, and this is, I had never totally got to the bottom of why this would happen to me. I couldn't figure out if it was a mold allergy and some of these brews just had some mold in them because they weren't stored properly, or whether it was something to do with my Lyme disease that was somehow being triggered. I don't know, but it's what I've found is that when I would take the natural brew, it was almost like playing Russian roulette with my brain, because sometimes it would be fine and it would be smooth, and other times it would trigger this very intense neuroinflammatory response. And sometimes when I try to tell people this, they're like, "Oh, it sounds like you just had a difficult trip." And it's like, no, I've done enough psychedelics to know the difference between a trip with challenging content versus a trip where my body and my brain are entering a state of like acute inflammation. I would have like brain fog that would last for weeks afterwards. And so I finally, and I do this with most of my work, I always try to isolate what are the active ingredients, and let me try to find the purest compounds I can to move kind of away from and this is the other reason I don't use the bufo, because that also has a lot of other compounds in there.
What is bufo?
So bufo is the secretion of the Sonoran desert toad.
Yes.
So when people talk about toad, they're talking about that dried secretion, which you can smoke. And so the reason I don't use bufo, there's an ecological problem there because it's impacting the toads, but also you don't know. It's very imprecise, because if you have a little crystal of bufo, it could be 10%, 5-MeO-DMT, 20%.
So dosing is impossible.
Dosing is all over the map, and also it has other stuff in there. I think they're called cardiac glycosides, if I remember correctly. That it can be a little, it can be a little difficult on the heart, and
you work with a medical consultant too on.
I do.
Yeah. So this is not just flying blind.
Yeah. And I'm happy to say his name, Dr. Ben Malcolm. He's amazing, the spirit pharmacist. Anybody who ever has a medication interaction or safety question about psychedelics, definitely reach out to Ben. So anyway, but I was saying, so I use the pure molecule of 5-MeO-DMT. It's synthetic. And I use, NN-DMT. I can either use synthetic or extracted, as long as I always try to go for that 99.5% or above purity, that pharmaceutical purity. And then usually the Harmaline as the MAO inhibitor. And then the last one is Salvia divinorum, which to a lot of people might be a surprise, because that one has a horrendous reputation. Can I speak a little bit to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, some people who are into psychedelics may have heard the history of Maria Sabina and the Mazatec people of Mexico and Oaxaca, who really, did a lot of innovative work on working with mushrooms that has since been, you could say colonized or extracted by the West in many problematic ways. But what people don't know is that same Mazatec people from Oaxaca also have this rich tradition of working with Salvia divinorum as this, this healing medicine, this entheogen, this spiritual opener. And unfortunately, that history has been lost or kind of erased or covered over, because what happened was in the seems like late 90s or sometime, I don't know exactly why, but salvia extracts started showing up in smoke shops.
Because legal.
In the United States, because it's legal. And because of this moral panic that I'm about to tell you about, it's now been, declared illegal in certain states. I can't remember which ones. But so, when you have a smoke shop full of stuff, people just want to get high. Like you got your nitrous oxide, you got, whatever, like your kava and, you got your, here's salvia. So young people especially, and I've talked to so many people in the psychedelic space who are like, oh yeah, salvia. I tried that when I was 16 and it fucked me up. Like I, fell through a hole in the ground into a pit of demons or something like that. I would never do that again. And we get to set and setting, right? Because it's not their fault. They didn't know about the proper way to use it, or the fact that it had this rich indigenous healing tradition. People were just looking to get high and had these really dysphoric experiences. So what happened was there were some viral videos that went out there starting in like the early 2000s. There was this whole thing with like Miley Cyrus I can't remember when that was, 2015. She like did a hit of salvia off a bong and it like went viral. And so there was this huge moral backlash of people saying, this is a dangerous drug. This is, people were treating it like bath salts or something like that. And so we need to like make it illegal. And so there's this whole movement, which fortunately didn't take in all states. It's still legal a lot. But so salvia is the most potent psychedelic by weight in the natural world. That's an interesting thing that
wow.
Yeah, it's like its potency by weight is around the same as LSD. Like you're talking about micrograms, not like milligrams. So like a 500 milligram or microgram dose of salvia is that's like a pretty good starter to moderate dose, and a kind of full release or kind of blast off dose, you could say, might be around like 1 milligram. So it's really, really potent. And yeah, because of that set and setting and preparation.
How long does it last, the experience?
It's brief. It's very comparable. It feels similar, I would say, to taking a hit of, if you're vaporizing it or if you're smoking it, to working with N-N-DMT vaporized or 5-MeO-DMT. So it's around that, depending on the dose. Like it could be as little as 5 minutes or maybe as much as like 20 minutes. So it's very short, rapidly metabolized. And yeah, so it's really interesting, and it requires, I think, a lot of preparation. And I like to think of it sort of as the last psychedelic that people should try. So in my triad, my system, I always start people off with 5-MeO-DMT, which surprises people because that one also has a certain reputation as this kind of just explosive, like hydrogen bomb to your ego.
Death,
right? And it can do that at the high doses, and some practitioners just serve it that way, and that's how I first received it. But more recently, there's been a whole community that's been working with it in these vape pens. They like to call it like the stepwise way, where you're starting off these very low doses, and there's this incredible, beautiful work that can be done around trauma healing and around, getting back to Vipassana, just like connecting with the energy in your body and just releasing energy and releasing contraction in your body. And so that's kind of a great medicine, actually. I think it's actually the best psychedelic to start with. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. I really believe that.
MEO.
Yes, I really do believe that. In this way.
Yeah.
And the reason is, in people, I think a lot of people would be like, what? You should start with mushrooms or you should start with MDMA. But what's so amazing about 5-MeO at a low dose is I can take someone who's never had a psychedelic experience in their life, who might have a lot of anxiety about what's it going to be like and what's it going to feel like, what's going to happen. And I can say, well, let's just give you an experience that'll last about 5 minutes. And then when it's done, we can talk about it. And when I tell that to people,
big relief.
There's such a sigh of relief, because most people have heard about mushrooms. They read Michael Pollan's book, and most people seem to conclude, I did this too, when you read that book, well, mushrooms seems like the best. Like the other ones seem too out there, his toad experience just sounds like wild.
Oh yeah.
Why would I do that? Right.
Yeah.
So most people come to me, they say, I want to do a mushroom journey. And I tell them, okay, well, let's talk about that. I can do that, but let's kind of do pros and cons. So if I give you mushrooms, you might feel really nauseated. That's really common. Even if I do like a tea preparation, it's going to last for maybe like 4 to 6 hours. And once you take it, it's like a roller coaster that you can't get off. And, it might take you into all sorts of territory that you don't feel like you signed up for. Like you might experience re-traumatization. You might go through just a lot of like very bizarre extended dream sequence, like stuff that may not actually be useful to you. And if at any point in the journey you have this feeling of like, I didn't sign up for this, I'm kind of in over my head, there's no pause button. Like, but let's just, and I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's like, let's try to integrate all these different things. Mushrooms has its place. I obviously got a lot of benefit. But then I tell them, here's this molecule 5-MeO-DMT. So if we're going to vaporize it in this titrated way, I can give you this experience that, might just last 5 minutes. And then when it's over, we can have a conversation and we can start to integrate. And you can tell me, maybe that was already too much for you. Maybe you're done. And this has happened to me with some clients where they do just a couple of light doses and they just say, okay, that's all I need for now.
Yeah.
Or maybe they say, okay, I want to go deeper. And then we can go deeper step by step. It's like, going into a cold pool, just like one step at a time. So you're climatizing the nervous system. And generally there's very minimal nausea.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there can be purging, although, yeah, if you're fasting, it's usually very, very minimal.
Yeah,
not that
some
common.
vomiting. Yeah.
Yeah, nausea is very, very light. And what I love about it is it's just so trauma informed because, each time we're just stepping up the dose like a little at a time. And so if somebody is feeling like, oh, wow, like that last dose, I was just really hitting into some difficult territory, then we can press pause, or we can repeat that dose, or we can go like lighter. So there's never any expectation that we need to go all the way into that full release. We can, but, and then when I explain this to people, the vast majority of people say, oh, wow, that sounds so much better, because they're not worried about, oh my gosh, I'm going to get on this roller coaster. And what am I, it's like, oh, I can just test drive this car for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that could be it. And so that really sets people at ease. And that's why I think it's just a great medicine for a first timer.
It's interesting because you just don't hear that. Yeah.
No,
and I think probably this is a little newer in terms of the titration and the vape pen dosing and so on. And, I've not experienced any of this. And it's really interesting because that compound has a reputation, like you said, of just, when Michael Pollan talks about it, even he was like, I don't know what I got out of that. It was just obliteration. Yeah.
So I think each of these three medicines has their place, and I don't want to pigeonhole them, but when I try to describe them to people, because people want to know what should I expect, or how do you think about this in terms of your framework. I sometimes describe 5-MeO as the massage therapist. So I say it's like going to have a session with a very skilled deep tissue massage therapist. And so what they're going to be doing is finding, the medicine, it feels like it finds the places in your mind body system that are contracted and that are traumatized, and it finds them very quickly and very well, and it starts to release them. And just like getting a literal deep tissue massage, that might feel like oh God, like the whole thing in my shoulder, that I've been carrying like this years of, where my dad touched me, or whatever it is that the trauma has been encoded in that part of the body, it's releasing, and it can feel very uncomfortable. But then, as it's being worked out, the general arc is that people are going into greater relaxation and greater nervous system kind of settling. And that sort of release can go, of course, all the way up into that full release where you just become, feels like just energy, just consciousness. But that's how I like to describe it, is like it's really metaphorically and literally in a way, it's like your muscles are just too tight, like the muscles literally in your body, but also spiritually, you're just contracted, right? It's like that 100-pound backpack I was saying, we're just, it's the Goenka, like it's straight. And so it's softening all of that to actually allow you to relax. And when you're letting go of the gripping on the problem, the kind of abstract problem of just life, right?
Yeah,
it's like then
the problem,
right? Then it's just like, oh, it feels like life is somehow more like a art installation or a movie or something that's just happening. So then we get into NN-DMT, and I like to call this the yoga teacher, because when it's combined, I mean, you can vaporize it too, but especially when it's combined with the MAO inhibitor, you're having you're starting to do longer sessions now, so that can last for maybe an hour or two, depending on the dose. Yeah, and I want to say too, just a note on, I'm just obsessed with language and words, that a lot of times people call this pharmahuasca. So if you're looking for a keyword, but I will say I really don't like that word. And the reason I don't like it is, to me, it just feels disrespectful, because I think we really always have to remember when we use these medicines who were the indigenous peoples who first developed them, and not just treat them somehow in abstract isolation, which I think is disrespectful. And so even 5-MeO-DMT, I mean, there is evidence, archaeological evidence of it being used as a snuff in what's called yopo, like in South American tribes, like using it as that snuff. And that goes back, I think, I can't remember which article I was reading, but I want to say some of those were carbon dated back to maybe 3,000 years ago or something like that.
Wow.
Somebody can check that for me. But so 5-MeO-DMT, at least in a snuff form, like has this rich ancient history. People treat it sometimes as like this brand new medicine. This one guy, like Ken Nelson from Texas, like went out in the desert and smoked the toad, and it's true. I mean, Ken Nelson like did kind of create this movement around it. You could also say that maybe he brought, excessive attention to the toads and created this ecological problem or whatever. But anyway, so I'd like to, I do think the use of it as inhaling it, vaporizing it, as opposed to insufflating it, may be something that's new. But the molecule has an indigenous tradition behind it, and obviously the same is true of ayahuasca. And so yeah, like I just want to pay homage to the original inventors of this medicine, and also to the Quechua language, ayahuasca, and that, soul vine is how I understand that translates.
And I have to say this, like, this sounds abstract to some people who've not experienced this, that you're paying homage to this, like, almost like a land acknowledgement or something, like it's almost a little detached, but it's not. If you've experienced, and I've experienced ayahuasca, the actual natural one with a shaman. Yeah. There's a felt sense, whether it's an archetype or something, that you are connected to this tradition.
Yeah.
In a sense, you're honoring it by being witness to it. It does not feel in any way separate from the lineage from which it's coming. I don't know how else to say that. Yeah.
I'm glad you used that word connected too, because speaking again of keywords, like I use that word a lot. And in some ways I like to use that word in place of like awakening or even like liberation.
Yeah.
It's like, how are we deepening our connection and to everything? I mean, our connection to our emotions, our connection to our thoughts, right? Instead of dismissing them, our connection to each other, our connection to the body, our connection to tradition, our connection to, the indigenous heritage of these medicines. Yeah. Because I look around at our world, it's sort of a cliche, but it's like everything feels very fragmented and very disconnected.
Yeah. And at the same time, homogenizing into a oneness, a McDonald's-ness of the whole thing.
That's also true. Yeah. And so I see what's usually called an awakening process. You could describe it as a connecting process. And it's happening at all these different kind of strata of the intra-psychic, the integration of self in a therapeutic sense, the interpersonal, the social, the kind of macro level. But I'd also like to think it seems to be happening also at a neurological level. As I said with the Zoran Josipovic study, there's something when people are having experiences of feeling completely plugged into the light socket at this moment, there's actually more demonstrated like functional connectivity between all these different parts of the brain. Yeah. Which is really interesting. And so to me, like that's a really operative word of describing moving along the spectrum from, you could say like traumatic dissociation, which I think most people are in a state that was my life for most of it, into moving along towards more of this deeper connection. But it can't be just individualistic. But it can't be, I just went on Reddit and saw like, okay, pharmawaska, I'm just gonna, order some stuff off the dark web and go in my closet. And I've seen some clients have come to me having done stuff like that in a state of spiritual emergency, and they need me to help them pick up the pieces because they weren't connected, right? They weren't connected to a guide, to friends, to loved ones to help them integrate. They were just, and again, I'm not like trying to put blame. It's like, it's what people have access to, right? But it's a very disconnected way of doing these medicines.
Okay. I think this is probably because I know I can already anticipate in the comment section, there are a lot of people who will be concerned about safety and things like that, which are all very valid concerns. What you're pointing at here in my own experience, and it's limited compared to yours, but is the central piece of set and setting in a sense. It is knowing that you're supported, that you're co-regulated, not just by one other single human, but the whole tradition and lineage of the medicine. Yeah. But the connection component allows for a sense of safety, gratitude, and almost like a child who, when they're given a safe space, they can explore.
Oh, that's 100% correct. And actually, it's very literal.
It's literal.
Because people regress to states of childhood.
That's right.
And that's part of the healing process. This is something I tell every single client in my first meeting with them. I say, the number one thing that I'm going to be cultivating with you in our relationship is a sense of safety. Yeah. And I mean that in every sense of the word. First of all, obviously we're looking at physical safety in terms of making sure we're using these medicines, up to the standards, working with Ben Malcolm and make sure that everything is dosed and and tested and just, checking all those boxes. But then when we get into the circle of the experience, that sense of emotional safety, because people quite literally, and I've experienced this myself, you actually go back into your child, your inner child. I've quite literally become a child again, like in some of these experiences. And so when you're in that really vulnerable state, there's all this sort of psychodynamic intra-family stuff that's happening, these dynamics, these old dynamics that are encoded in you. And the guide becomes a kind of projection of your parents. It's very common. I mean, this happens in therapy as well. I mean, this happens in romantic relationships, happens in all sorts of relationships.
Yeah.
Your boss can be your dad, right? But that stuff gets really heightened when you're on the medicine. And so, I mean, I had an experience once of when I was being guided on 5-MeO, and I felt like a child, and I reached back for my guide's hands, and he held my hands, and his hands felt massive. And I realized, oh my God, I right now am a little child, and I'm experiencing like the hands of my father, except I had a really fraught relationship with my father. And my guide was able to do this kind of reparenting, this symbolic reparenting, where I felt this is a father figure who in this moment of deep childlike vulnerability is really there for me and is holding all of my emotional messiness and all of my just stuff. And it was so healing to me. It healed like the sort of that image of a father that I was holding inside of me that was so fraught and so twisted with pain, just softened. And it was beautiful. Yeah. So,
and that's what's on offer, right?
Yeah.
That's what's on offer.
Yeah.
Is healing in the deepest sense of the word.
And we haven't, I mean, and none of this in a way touches into non-duality yet. I mean, this is just at a purely like psychological, energetic, somatic, personal level. And, people don't even have to necessarily go into the full release or into that non-dual stuff. I mean, if this is all that the work we do, I mean, oh my God.
Decades of therapy.
Oh my God.
Decades of therapy. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I used to think like, my intention if I were ever going to do this were to just go into the full non-dual everything. No, I've had that experience just in meditation. What I am struggling with is feeling into those parts that have never been integrated, that have been they just and it's hard, and therapy can be helpful, but boy, this is, has a huge potential.
Yeah.
And again, that connection.
Yeah.
And I've looked at your checklists and things for safety and for medical questionnaires and all this. It's very thorough. Now that said, and by the way, you have a website where we'll point people in the link.
Yeah. And
you are accepting clients and so on. But the one thing I think if we wrap up this discussion with is I think, because we've been kind of saying we'll get to it, is so for you, and this is a personal thing, and tell me if you want to talk about this now or another time, but so the gender identity piece.
Yeah, I do want to talk about that. I also feel like there's one other loose end that we haven't tied up, because we were going through the 3 medicines.
Yeah.
And so I was saying, let me finish this first, and then I'll get to the gender piece. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So the medicines. So I was saying, I think I went on this digression about the language of ayahuasca that I don't, if people want to, if people should know the term pharmahuasca, because there's just a lot of stuff out there about it.
Pharmahuasca, yeah.
But I personally don't like to use that word because I feel like it's taking this Quechua word, ayahuasca, which, as far as I understand, translates as like soul vine. It's this very like sacred word that's start talking about connection, like it's paying this homage to the innovators of this medicine, and then it's just slapping this like Greek, like sort of Western modern like prefix.
We're medicalizing
it. Like, like, okay, pharmahuasca.
Yeah.
So what I like to do is call what I serve to people an ayahuasca analog. And I didn't come up with that term. I'm trying to remember who. There's some researcher. I want to say it was Jonathan Ott, maybe. I might be getting that wrong, but he has some book called like ayahuasca analogs. I like that term because I feel like it's sort of a both and. It's like we're going to acknowledge that I didn't come up with this. This comes from ayahuasca, but this isn't the brew. Yeah. This is an analog. It's taking the active ingredients and it's combining it. And and I like to, again, getting to safety, I almost like to think of this as like, I don't know, almost like dairy milk versus like nut milk or something like that. It's like the brew is an amazing medicine, but for some people, it's not going to work for their bodies. And I'm one of those people.
I found it very, very physically unpleasant.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
The body load is huge.
Yeah.
And I know I have a lot of clients who just are older people.
Yeah.
Who just couldn't handle it.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah. The purging is really intense. And like I said, there's kind of this wild card of a lot of times. I mean, and then there's the thing about dosing too. And that's the problem with the bufo, right? Like what percentage, when you take an ayahuasca brew, I mean, I've actually seen, there's an interesting paper where some researcher took, I don't know what it was, like 20 different ayahuasca brews from all these different tribes and all these different groups and tested them. Let's see what are the actual ratios of N-N-DMT to Harmaline, harmine, tetrahydroharmine. It was all over the map.
Yeah.
It was a crazy quilt of, and there was even one brew that had 0 N-N-DMT.
Wow.
It was just the Harmalas.
What?
I know.
Did it have effect?
I mean, the Harmalas are psychoactive, I would say more mildly. I mean, you feel a lot of body load. There's some stuff that's happening.
Right.
But that really surprised me. So you don't know what you're getting, but also there's other stuff sometimes. I mean, people put, what is it? The there's some plant that it's like nicotina or something like that. I can't remember. You can edit that out because I don't know what I'm talking about.
We'll leave it and just say we don't know.
Yeah. Other plants sometimes end up in there. And sometimes it's like chalipunga versus the Psychotria viridis is the gosh, my brain.
So it's complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated. There's different like plant elements you can put in there. And so you don't know what you're getting. You don't know what the ratios are. And then sometimes, at least this is my theory of what was happening to me, because I know I have this mold kind of allergy. That's why I actually had to stop doing mushrooms, because I would have these like horrible inflammatory reactions, which I get now to all sorts of mushrooms. That's a whole nother story with the lion's mane thing, which I can talk about. But I was getting that with the ayahuasca. And so it's like, this is just not medically, this is not healthy for me. So I need to do the analog. So that's how I think of it. And I don't, I want to be clear, like I don't identify whatsoever as an ayahuasquera or ayahuasquero. I don't identify as a shaman, because to claim that title, I feel like I would have to go spend decades like in South America, like training under somebody, to really, it just feels, I don't know. It feels,
again, it's respecting that tradition.
So yeah, but at the same time, we don't want to, I think, take it so far that we say, oh, well, nobody can use this medicine unless
because it limits the reach.
Right? Yeah, it limits the reach. So this is the awkward, or I think hopefully happy medium I try to develop, where it's like, I'm going to serve these medicines, I'm going to honor the tradition, but I'm going to do it in this very precisely dosed way, kind of integrating, like my
Western training.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, beautiful.
I call it the yoga teacher because I feel like, it's sort of like, I mean, again, getting this metaphor of the body and like the massage. So it's like, if you imagine going on a retreat, okay, you've had your massage, so your muscles are really relaxed. But if you are wanting to do sort of mind-body training, you might want to do something else that would be like trying to increase your bodily intelligence, your mind-body connection, your sense of posture and flow in these different asanas. Like I'm talking about, literal yoga here, and actually, and then sort of strengthening and your flexibility and stuff like that. And I feel like the ayahuasca analog, the NN-DMT, has the potential to do that in a sort of complete mind, body, and also spiritual sense. And this gets into something that I'm sure I'll talk more about, which is this idea of unjourneying, which is sort of like a guiding idea within my practice. Because when you first start working with psychedelics, I feel like it's inevitable that you're going to go on a journey. It's just so unfamiliar. It's such a surprise to the nervous system. And so I think most of the time, I mean, starting with low 5-MeO, maybe you're still in your body, but even with that medicine, very quickly you're going to leave the plane and you're going to feel like you're traveling. Maybe, with NN-DMT, you might feel like you're, like going into fractals or meeting entities and stuff like that. So all those things can happen. But at least in the way that I work with these medicines and with the non-dual integration, I see personally, this is not any judgment on anybody who wants to explore those realms, but that really making that the main focus, if I'm taking this medicine to have a really spectacular otherworldly mystical experience.
The light show.
Yeah, ends up being a kind of bypass and being, again, just a kind of craving or an attachment.
Yeah.
And so what I've found is that something different happens when you kind of have, eventually as you go through that phase, but then you have this kind of been there, done that realization of, oh, that's not actually like serving me in terms of just dropping into this. So then instead of journeying, you start to unjourney, which I would describe as sitting with the medicines. And sometimes it's in a different way, even posturally or energetically. Instead of maybe lying down with your eyes closed, maybe you're sitting up in meditation posture and your eyes are open, perhaps. Maybe you're engaging in certain physical movements to keep yourself in this plane. And then the medicine starts to take on a different character, I find, where in a way less and less is happening. Like they're because they're not taking you elsewhere. They're actually just really almost in this monomaniacal kind of way, like gluing you to this, where there's no other possibility except what's just happening, like right now as it's happening. And you can do that with all of these medicines. So with 5-MeO, first it's like the pendulum is sweeping from this rigid duality and contraction, slowly releasing, massaging you out eventually into that full release. But then what I've found for myself and some of my clients, once you've done that several times, maybe you don't need to keep doing that. Sometimes people just keep, just a release again and again and again and again. But what I've found is then you can go back, you can start at the beginning with a low dose. And now maybe your posture is different, your intention is different, and you can start to meditate with 5-MeO. And it almost feels like, this is going to sound strange based on, I was going to use one metaphor. Let me use a different metaphor. It's sort of like initially you want to go surfing and you go to the beach and like a wave comes and initially with 5-MeO, you just like surrender to the wave. It just like crashes over you and just like become water. But then when you come back to the medicine in this unjourneying way, it's almost like you're surfing it. It's like you're on a surfboard and the waves are coming and there's all this like explosive energetic stuff that's kind of happening, but you're staying here and you're kind of using the medicine almost as a kind of training for your non-dual mindfulness kind of integration to be that much more here, like that much more just plugged into this moment. And once you get, what I find is interesting is if you do it that way, the medicine asymptotically seems to have like less and less and less of an effect.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Because what I've found is that people who take 5-MeO and their intention is just to release, and that's all they want to do, they tend to get more and more sensitized to it. So people will say, oh, I need so little medicine to have my full release now. But what I found is when you take it and the intention is to unjourney, actually you build up more of a tolerance because it's not, you're not going anywhere.
That setting is different. You're staying here fully.
Yeah. And and so once, what I find is once you kind of get good at that, so to speak, like you can take fairly high doses of 5-MeO and there's just almost like nothing happening. Maybe your heart rate's increasing a little bit. Maybe your palms are a little sweaty or whatever, just little physiological responses. But there's just some sense of, I'm still here. Like water is wet. Like
Ram Dass's guru. He gave a ton of LSD to.
Exactly. Yeah. Neem Karoli Baba. Yeah. And that was my my inspiration for this is, and I don't want to digress too much because this is a whole nother can of worms, but I personally, was somebody who would always take medicines to go on a journey.
Right.
That was my approach. And something changed for me when I took lion's mane mushrooms. And most people don't know this, but there's a small community of people listening who probably will be like, so happy to hear somebody validate this experience. Is there's a small subset of people who, for whatever reason, when they take lion's mane, they have this really, really strong negative reaction. I don't know if it's an inflammatory reaction. I don't know exactly what it is, but the symptoms are horrendous. I mean, it's like neurocognitively, just nervous system energetically completely destabilizing. I mean, it just like can wreck your life. And that's what happened to me. This was in 20...
And this is a legal mushroom that Paul Stamets talks about. They talk about it on Rogan.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate because it does have all this to a certain, well, it doesn't have a lot of human subjects research, but there's some research that shows that it increases neuroplasticity, nerve growth factor, and things like that. And some people certainly report benefits. I mean, you can go on Reddit as just a little anecdotal kind of sample, and you'll find people saying like lion's mane saved my life, lion's mane, really like healed me or whatever. But then by the same token, there's a community called Lion's Mane Recovery, which has, last time I checked, like over 6,000 people. And it's just full of these horror stories of people saying lion's mane destroyed my life. And that's basically what happened to me. It was in 2020, and I heard about the Stam and Stack, and I was just curious. Okay, let me just try this out. And I had this horrible reaction, and I can say that I'm still not totally recovered from it. Like, even as I sit with you here now, there's some echo of it. It made my entire brain feel like cotton balls, and I had trouble sleeping. I experienced this energetic kind of contraction happening like in my pelvic floor and my stomach that made it like hard to sleep at night. It was just overactivated and amped. But the really devastating thing was the just neurocognitive debilitation. And I'm talking like pretty severe. I mean, to the point where I would try to watch cartoons with my kid, and this was like Tom and Jerry level, like really simple cartoons, and I couldn't follow the plot. Like even if there was no dialogue, it was just like my brain, I'd see a few frames of it, and then my brain would be sort of confused and trying to catch up. So I was in this state for about 2 years of just feeling almost continuously confused, and just like I almost had to teach myself English like over again. It was really weird because I would just say phrases and they wouldn't make sense to me, or like I couldn't use double negatives in a sentence. Like
that's scary.
Yeah, even now. I mean, these are some of the leftovers. Like if somebody uses a double negative in speech, it'll take me just a second. I'm just like, okay, so you're not going to, it's like, okay, I think yes, okay, I understand that. So it did something to my linguistic processing that just really messed it up. And this actually gets to the gender thing too. It's connected. But yeah, it was really hard. I mean, it was really hard to function. It affected my relationship with my wife, with my kid. I felt like I was in this deep cotton ball brain fog for like 2 years. And it's still, like I said, there's still some whispers of it. It's mostly gone, thank goodness, like 4 years later now. But one of the, I guess you could say, like silver linings of that just really devastating experience was that it somehow, I don't know what it did, but it somehow changed my neurology so that when I would take mushrooms, it was a really different experience. And I specifically remember this one day, I was lying down, taking some mushrooms, and I was putting on my eye shades, and I was all ready to, put on some music and just go off into the light show and just become fractal energy. And I was all excited, and it didn't happen. And it was such a dramatic, just interruption of my usual process. It almost felt like I was getting in my car, like ready to, ride off into the sunset or something like that, and just have this beautiful. And instead, I just hit a brick wall. It was like, what the fuck is happening? I cannot let go. I can't dissolve. I can't, enter the fractal wonderland. And I remember I ripped my headphones off and my eye shades, and I just sat up, and I remember feeling just so discouraged. Like, is this the end of my own psychedelic kind of journey? And at this point I was already doing integration work with people. So I was like, am I done? Can I not do psychedelics anymore because of this lion's mane damage? And I was just sitting there just feeling like I can't trip. What am I going to do? And then I was just sitting there, and I just thought, God, I'm really like here right now. Like this feeling of like the thoughts I'm thinking, the textures in this room. I'm just here. This is interesting. This is new. It's kind of like the whole, shoveling the horse manure. It's these little surprise moments of, and then I remembered that Neem Karoli Baba story. It suddenly flashed into my memory, and I remember thinking, well, that's interesting, because I'd always heard this story. Okay, Ram Dass gave Neem Karoli Baba the LSD, nothing happened, and then people debate, was that apocryphal? Was it a sleight of hand? Supposedly Ram Dass did it again and repeated the experiment, and who knows? But somewhere in my brain, there was this, I guess you could say, kind of archetype of a guru or somebody who's done a lot of spiritual practice who has taken medicine and has essentially nothing happening. And I thought, I wonder if something, this lion's mane is somehow almost like a blessing in disguise or sort of a happy accident. Like maybe this is showing me a different way to work with psychedelics. Like maybe I was using them to I mean, there were some insights, but maybe now I'm bypassing, and maybe there's a different way to use them that's just about being here.
Well, yeah. I would say even the way you described it, like I was sitting down and I was ready to take my journey and have the light show and go into fractal. It feels that way, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, I guess I have this instead. You know?
you lost that and gained the everything. Yeah, exactly.
I guess I'll just have the choiceless just isness of this moment. Fuck, like I guess I can't have, I guess
so in the end there were no mistakes, even the lion's mane.
Yeah.
Right? But then, so you mentioned that it ties into the gender thing because, so can you tell us about that as we sort of finish up?
Although I still feel like I haven't finished going through the medicine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Go for it.
I have all these different push pins that I just want to make sure that we're not leaving too many threads like undone.
Yeah. Hopefully people are still with us.
It's like all these open parentheses that we need to kind of close for it. Yeah. Okay. So let's put a push pin. Yeah. There's a gender thing. There's the lion's mane thing. But I was talking about the Unjourneying and working with these medicines in sequence and what they do with the Unjourneying. And so basically, I mean, that was where this Unjourneying thing came from. It's like, oh, maybe there was something to Neem Karoli Baba. Like maybe there is a way. And it happened to me a second time, and it really solidified. I remember it is another funny setup where a friend of mine invited me to do a flotation tank.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
And it was kind of framed again as this, it'll be this special experience,
And it was nothing.
And well, I wanted to make it even more special. You can see how I want.
Oh, here we go.
I was like, I'm going to take a little bit of just a gram of mushrooms.
Yeah, tiny.
And it was so interesting because the same thing happened. I lay down and I was all ready just to dissolve into the water, the ocean of consciousness, all this stuff. And I just felt really uncomfortable. And it felt like my brain has just hit a brick wall. I'm not tripping. And I just felt so frustrated. And so I was grieving, like, I can't trip. And I got out of the flotation tank and I still had like an hour left or something like that. And I just sat, I was in my own private room. And I just sat like on the steps leading up to this flotation tank. And I was just listening to the hum of like a fan in the room and just looking around. And again, it was the exact same thing. It was like, damn, I can't trip. But here instead, life is serving me this on a platter. It's just like, this is what's happening. Like just like, the ordinariness of it.
Yeah.
And again, and so that was kind of the end of me tripping. I feel like or having the intention of tripping.
Yeah.
Or of really journeying. And it was like, okay, this is what I'm going to do now. This is my new path is, in a sense, not going on a path. It's just, if I'm working with medicine, it's going to be only to meditate with it, to just get closer and closer and closer and closer to this, And so that's what I started doing. So what I find is with the 5-MeO, and I think there's value in that, having that full release, but then you start meditating with it, and eventually, you get to the point where it's just having less and less of an effect. You can take a fairly high dose. And I had to kind of interrupt. I haven't fully finished. I have this longer term project of trying to get up to the highest dose as an experiment to see if I can still have essentially nothing happen. I got up to like, people will know as like a 1 to 4 pen. It's like, it's generally considered like a moderate dose, or what people call like a hug dose. And like nothing happened. It's like, okay, I feel like my heart rate's increasing a little bit, but there's no leaving the plane. It's just this.
Yeah.
And then, I had some other neurological stuff come up. That's a whole nother story. It's actually another really interesting one, but I'll save that for later. And so then you just, and eventually I almost feel, I hope this doesn't sound presumptuous or arrogant, but I feel like you can kind of graduate from 5-MeO.
Yeah.
Because with psychedelics, like I don't see psychedelics as, I think any medicine the goal of it should be to make itself unnecessary. It's a medicine. You shouldn't have to take a medicine indefinitely.
Well, that's the thing. When you get the message, hang up the phone sort of thing.
Yeah. Although I should say that quote is often taken out of context to mean like a one and done.
Oh, it's not one
thing.
and done.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there is an iterative.
Yeah.
Because I think he also says like a microscope,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we should clarify that. Like, people think this is a magical thing.
Yeah.
You'll do this once and you're finished.
Oh, and it's definitely not.
It's not like that.
Yeah. But yeah, so you can, if I can say so, like kind of graduate from 5-MeO, where it's like, okay, I feel like I've learned the lessons from that. And now I'm starting to work with the NN-DMT. And NN-DMT it's less like explosive, I find. It's especially when you take it orally with the MAO inhibitor, it comes on slowly, and you're in that experience for maybe like an hour or two, depending on the dose. And you can sort of do like a booster dose, kind of like taking a second cup of ayahuasca and control it that way, the experience or the flow of it. But again, here's an interesting, there's a pivot point here, or kind of a fork in the road, where you can take NN kind of a tongue twister, NN-DMT, and you can absolutely like, see the what do they call it? The machine elves, right?
Yeah.
You can go into all the alien worlds and all that sort of stuff. And I can feel the pull of that. Like when I take it, when I started Unjourneying with it, you can almost feel this. It's like it wants to pull you into this kind of interesting, almost like sci-fi trickster realm, or there's all sorts of you can like entities and things like that. But then there's this other unjourneying path that I feel like when you somehow prepare your neurology to go down that other road, then something else happens where it feels like all of the entities and the dimensions and the fractal landscapes and the machine elves and all that sort of stuff kind of burns off just like a fog. And then all of a sudden it's just like blazing presence, just so intense, so vivid. Everything you just look around and the palpable sense of everything being conscious, being dreamlike. I mean, it's like when you read Longchenpa, it's like, it just feels like this is Longchenpa. It's just like pure Dzogchen.
And that's the high, I mean, it is the most direct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to say too, and this is, there's like, I feel like each chapter of my life is framed by like a certain kind of brain damage that then I had to heal from. It's like, there's a brain damage from a child. Maybe the Lyme disease is part of it too. So then I went into meditation, Korea, okay, psychedelics, okay. And then there was the lion's mane brain damage. But then there's one other chapter of brain damage that I want to get to that also helped me to let go of the whole Dzogchen thing. Because I used to think Dzogchen, that's the highest, that is the crown jewel. Once you really just, and I would have these moments in actually ayahuasca when it was working for me, but also with the analogs where it's just, wow, everything is perfect. And there's almost this exuberance. And when I read Longchenpa, I get like, I feel like in those texts, at least in translation, there is a kind of exuberance of like, it's the primordial, pristine, like it's so lively. And I see it like when I was reading Longchenpa and using NN-DMT, it just felt like a complete sort of synchronicity or dovetail between these things. Like, I totally get it. Like everything is perfect. Everything is consciousness. Everything is radiant and pure and just like empty, but also, full of its energy. It's shining, radiating,
unknowable,
kind of, all those
beyond the dualities.
All that stuff. It just hits so hard. And there can be a kind of high and excitement with that of just like, wow, it really is perfect. And it obviously we mean that in a sense of
attachment.
beyond perfect. But I feel like there is still, I would say, a feeling tone to that is a kind of excitement of like, yeah, I know it's not perfect in the ordinary sense, but it's perfect in this just the way it is sense, but there's still a sense of, and it's so perfect. Like there's still something there,
graspy,
I find,
or
of like,
attachy.
you want it to feel really perfect.
Yeah.
And but anyway, you get, what I find is you keep working with the medicine and then you're unjourneying. And eventually, you're taking higher and higher doses of that medicine and you can just meditate. You can sit upright, eyes open, eyes closed, whatever is working. And it's doing less and less because you're just, again, plugged into the light socket of just this as it is.
Yeah.
And then, so that's why I describe it as a yoga teacher, because it feels to me, I mean, I was somebody who, with all of my weird brain stuff, just totally disconnected from my body. So when I started taking yoga classes, going back to high school, there was this feeling of, wow, this is really helpful because it's really plugging me into my body and just being here. So I feel like NN-DMT, when it's used in this unjourneying way, has this, yeah, it's this beautiful kind of glue that just like puts you, or I guess, yeah, I like this light socket metaphor. It just plugs you into like right here, right now, in this really radiant way. So then we get to Salvia, which is like, whoa, like just like a totally different animal. And I do think Salvia, it's in some ways I'm really upset about the reputation it's accrued, because it's so, people have such a fear around it. But in some ways I'm glad that people are a little scared of it, or maybe a lot scared of it, because it is extremely powerful, and it is really, really different than all the other psychedelics, because it doesn't work on the same receptors. And I like to call it, in this triad of the massage therapist, the yoga teacher, and I call it the neuroscientist. So it's like, you see your yoga teacher, you see your massage therapist. Now you're going to meet with a neuroscientist, because I feel like it just pulls back or unzips the nature. I don't want to say the nature of reality. That sounds so presumptuous. Like I know what that is, but just it feels like it reveals very clearly the way that apparently, at least subjectively, your mind is just really creating everything in the moment as it is, and that there is no escape whatsoever. There is no control whatsoever. Like you cannot find. I mean, I never like to make these sweeping statements like there's no self or there's no free will or anything, but it's just like I can't find it. Like I really can't find a self, a controller. I can't find any volitional power in this experience. There is this subjective feeling of it's kind of choicelessly, just each sensation is doing its thing on its own. And Salvia makes that so clear, at least for me. It's just wild. And I think that, I mean, I just have pet theories about this because there's not a lot of research on it. But so all of the psychedelics that I've mentioned so far, the NN-DMT, the 5-MeO-DMT, they work on these serotonin receptors. And specifically the 5-HT2A is the main one. And I have this kind of pet theory about Dzogchen and awakening, that maybe a lot of what we usually classically refer to as awakening, and that's often sort of celebrated with all of these adjectives like pristine and open and bright and spacious, and is perhaps something that is some kind of optimization or enhancement of a certain kind of activity in the brain that's centered on these serotonin receptors. This is just speculative, and that's just correlation, right? It's not causation, but it just seems to me that when I read the Dzogchen texts, when I take these different medicines, it just all kind of aligns into what feels like this really radiant, precious, beautiful, heart-opening, and emotionally sweeping, with awe and wonder, and of just the texture of, wow, this experience like is just so. And but there's a kind of rich, how can I say it? It's almost like a high def quality to it. It's like there's still, I would say, there a certain kind of investment in how high def, how high res, how vivid that experience is, and it feels like you're kind of on this path of trying to make it as vivid, as rich, as just spacious, as crystalline and perfect, like as possible. And I feel like Salvia doesn't give a shit about any of that. And that's why it's like so refreshing in a way. It's sort of like, it feels orthogonal. And again, I don't, nobody really knows exactly how it works, but there's some theories that it's hitting these kappa opioid receptors, and those are throughout the body. But the colostrum, which is a certain part of the brain that has sometimes been described, again, some sort of speculatively, as the conductor of consciousness. So it's this part of the brain where supposedly a lot of the sense gates and are sort of bound together. And so what happens is Salvia is you're sitting there and you're just watching in real time. Oh my God, the sense of time, the sense of space, the sense of self, the sense of the senses being separate, even the sense of, I would say there's almost this global feeling of, you can feel how your mind likes to put a frame around this experience, as I would describe it as sort of the known, the intelligible universe, I would say. Like if you imagine constructing this moment, like from scratch, like in your mind, it's like, let's just start with a complete blank space of just nothingness, no concepts. And then somewhere along the line, there has to be, again, this is speculation, but some sense of, okay, the sense of the universe of meaning that I'm inhabiting in some ways. Otherwise, none of this would make any sense, even if it's just thoughts, feelings, sounds, textures, like without some binding sense of like, this is the known universe that I know to be familiar or intelligible. It just would be completely like unintelligible. It would just be like not make any sense. So Salvia seems to do something like with 5-MeO, even in the full release, it feels like it can dissolve all of your sensory experience into this kind of fractal energy explosion. But at least for me personally, even in those multiple really deep high release states, there's still intact somewhere in there some sense of, oh yeah, my whole universe has dissolved. But that frame of like my whole universe is still there. Salvia dissolves that too. And it's really interesting. It feels like somehow it just takes the deconstruction to a deeper level, to almost more of just that blank slate. Like it feels like you go from just sitting there and this is when you're still kind of journeying with it, right? Where it's like, when it first hits, especially at higher doses, you don't have a come up. It's like all of a sudden you're just in the experience, and it can feel like you've entered a different universe, or it can feel like your mind could create any kind of universe, and you can have all sorts of strange experiences, like meeting aliens and things like that. But then, as you're coming down from it, you're starting to see the mind create the universe from this kind of raw material of just sensations. And it's like, oh, okay, the frame of the intelligible universe was not the frame of the infinite time gods, when you're in some mystical state. Okay, I see how that frame is falling away. And now, okay, here's the frame of the intelligible universe that I sort of know to be familiar to me. And within that kind of meaning space. And then you kind of are coming in with, okay, here's time, here's space, here's the sense of self. Okay, there's my vision, sound, it's coming in, boom. Oh, wow. I just witnessed like this moment of me just like sitting here looking at my cat constructed in my brain from scratch, from almost like nothing. And sometimes that can be like a cessation. You can actually, I've had my first cessation was on Salvia. And then you see the brain reconstruct it, or the mind kind of reconstruct it.
Yeah, because it sounds like that. It sounds like deep Vipassana cessation. Yeah, stream entry.
Yeah. And so that's why I call it the neuroscience. It just feels like, whoa. And it does just wild things with the sense of volition, the sense of time. And you can experience time in slow motion. You can experience instant replays of the same sensory experience multiple times in a row. You can experience, your hands and body doing things and have complete disconnect from any kind of sense of volitional control or agency. So you're just watching your body move as if it's not even you. And so all of these different things that we attach to, like, free will or a sense of volition, the sense of this is my body, that I'm controlling it, it breaks all of those things down and shows you that. And then the other thing that I find really interesting as I've been unjourneying with it, so that's kind of the journeying stuff, is that it has this thing, I would describe it as like saliency, where it just, there's a feeling that can come on of, oh wow, the most important thing in the universe is happening like right now. And it's just so resonant and resounding. And at first your mind can kind of get a little like, oh, I wonder what it's going to be. Maybe it's something in another universe or whatever. But as you keep meditating with it, it becomes clear that subjectively kind of the most important thing is this, like that there's nothing else that your mind should be paying attention to or even could be, because attention at some point doesn't even make sense because there's nobody to direct your attention down to. Things are just happening. And it's just this, but that the sense of this hits, again, like it's different than the Dzogchen, like perfection. It's more of just this almost like helplessness, like this sort of surrender of, oh wow, like I used to think that I could, really get better and better at the Dzogchen thing or whatever, and I could go around and just have this pristine, crystalline kind of spacious experience all the time. But actually, I was still wrapped up in the liberation story. And this is where I don't like liberation, because there's still somewhere in there somebody who wants to have a certain type of experience, and somebody who thinks certain experiences are better than others, and who's trying to get the good experiences, the Dzogchen experiences, not the dualistic experiences. And Salvia just throws a wrench in all of that, because it feels like it just all coalesces into just this isness that doesn't necessarily have, it doesn't have any particular qualities other than the fact that it's happening. And that's where I think it really differs from Dzogchen, and where it really differs from what's happening with the 5-HT2A receptors, because it feels like a deeper letting go of having any dog in the fight, in the sense of like, I want my experience to be like the Dzogchen experience or like the non-dual experience. It's just this, it's just this, as exactly as it is. And maybe there's things in there that aren't non-dual. Maybe at that particular moment, you are completely stuck on a thought, or maybe you feel like you're looking at your cat and there is an observer in that moment, because you're making the sense of I'm over here and the cat is over there. But like Salvia doesn't care about any of that stuff, because it's just showing you this is what's happening in this moment and you don't have any control over it. So if you thought that you were on some path to, be a Dzogchen master or something like that, you've been kidding yourself this whole time, because in that is already some sense of like a person who's controlling the experience, who's on a path, who is trying to get liberation or is trying to kind of optimize this certain kind of experience. And it's just whatever is happening is happening. Like the sensations are just doing what they're doing. And I think Salvia, that's why I think it's the last one to work with, is it just makes that so clear. And it's just, it's a very helpful tool.
It's the punchline to the cosmic joke, actually. Yeah. Because it's like, okay, all this and yeah.
So that's I finally wrapped up that thread. Thank you for your patience of going through the medicines.
Wow.
And what they can do. Yeah. Thank you for listening.
Oh, no. Wow. Yeah, no, that's the Tour de Force Master's Class PhD level. And I have to say this because, as a disclaimer, I mean, there's going to be a lot of the audience that are lost on some of that. But that is the full sort of sequence of what's on offer with these medicines in your experience. Now, some disclaimers. There are people who they're not ready for that full sequence, or they have some history of mental illness or something else. And obviously those are pre-screening criteria that you don't do this, because some of these realizations can be, again, co-opted by mind at some point later and turned into depersonalization, or all the things that we talk about as the risks. And Michael Pollan is good in his book too about talking about some of this stuff. But so to kind of contextualize that. Now that all said, so you do work with clients with these different, the massage therapist, the yoga teacher, and what was the neuroscientist? Yeah.
That's just my current formula. Maybe it'll probably change, and it might in another year.
Right.
Everything's always changing in my practice.
When you work with clients with this stuff, do you find that these are the sort of more archetypal experiences that they might have, or is it unique to every single person?
It is unique to every person, and I like to be really clear with people that I don't want to prescribe or frame in any way what experience you should have. Right. I tell people, I don't want you to have my experience. I want you to have your experience. I want you to connect with your experience.
What other experience can you have?
Right, as much as possible. Because sometimes that can be, I think, an issue in the non-dual space in particular. Like certain non-dual teachers can talk, perhaps so eloquently and effusively about how wonderful their experience is in their enlightenment. And then people have the sense of, well, I should have that experience.
Yeah.
And then they're not connecting to just what's happening. So I always, try to be clear with people that this is a framework that has worked for me. If you're interested, I can guide you through it, but also I don't want to assume that that's what you want to do.
Right.
And I don't have that expectation that clients have to be on board with my protocol as it is to work with me at all.
Right.
Because sometimes clients come in and maybe they're just not that interested in non-duality.
Yeah.
And so
maybe trauma work.
And that's just where they're at. And maybe they don't. And I don't even want to assume that anybody even needs to know about non-duality, right?
And that's the thing. From that realization, there's a knowing that it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. In other words, there's a knowing that like the whole thing, the whole conceptual chase is not what we can think at all. Yeah. Hard to talk about that.
Yeah. And then also this funny feeling of like, because sometimes with these questions, there's a should hovering over it. It's like, well, should I do this or should? And then there's a funny realization of like, well, in some ways, should questions kind of become moot in a way, because it's like, if everything is just happening as it is, there's not a decider who's sitting there weighing should I do this or should I do that? It's just like each sensation is happening
Yeah.
each half second or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and that's interesting too.
Yeah. So
yeah.
do you feel resourced now at the end of this long, like, I mean, that was a tour de force. Like,
Okay.
I mean, that was comprehensive. Do you feel like talking about the gender identity?
Yeah. Let me think. Well, maybe now would be a good lunch break.
Yeah, we can do
I
that.
feel like the two things,
They are not
if that's
really,
okay.
yeah, absolutely. And we can feel into how to do that. That's perfect. So we'll do an edit here. That part will stop and we'll go, okay, well, Mira Funk, we're back. We took a little break.
We did.
Because you went on a tour de force talking about medicines in a way that I've never quite heard. And while we were doing it, because I'm interested in this, like, I want to, there's a deep part of me that wants to experience this myself. There's a mix of like fascination and a kind of fear tone, because you talk very openly about, there can be these very challenging elements, and there's a very precise science about how you set up the dosing and the delivery, and you've had to work this out, and there's a community of people that are doing this together. And so feeling back into that conversation, it's like, ooh, I could feel like, I'm sure there are people in the audience who feel that bit of push and pull.
Yeah.
Do you experience this also with clients who come to you and say, I want this experience, but I have some trepidation?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's almost 100%. Someone will feel fear at some point. Even people who at the beginning are very eager and excited, as we approach the actual day of the journey, there's always some kind of fear. And I think it's natural. I actually feel some trepidation as well before the journey, because I don't know what's going to happen and the person doesn't know what's going to happen. I mean, I know what I've seen based on my clients, but there's always that potential for something new, something unexpected. And that's part of the work in a way is getting acclimatized to uncertainty, right?
And respect for the uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I like, is if you don't feel a little of that trepidation, I feel like you're not respecting what this is, which is the unknown in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. Even when I am working with a medicine that I've worked with many times, and I've been doing this unjourneying, and I know that probably it's going to have very minimal effects because I've done so many previous doses. I still notice it's interesting. Sometimes as I'm about to take the hit, there's like this slight elevation of heart rate. And I just noticed that. So it's so interesting. Look at that. There's still some part of my nervous system that's like, oh boy, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
So I think that's par for the course. Like, I mean, yeah. And I have many friends and colleagues who are deeply experienced psychonauts, and we often share that there's every time you take a journey, or an unjourney, or however you're working with it, there is still that wild card, right? But that's also life, right? I mean, really every moment is a kind of wild card.
And I'll say one thing, like my own experience with, say, psilocybin, like when I was young and as a recreational kind of thing, there was something called a bad trip, and that bad trip would have been challenging and from the standpoint of the intent of the journey, which was to have a great time, right, to trip out, to have this experience. And I think a lot of people listening will relate to this. They may have tried this in college and had some experience where it was traumatic.
Yeah.
But now it's interesting. There is the fear component, but you're almost seeking. You want to be shown whatever is there, whatever's to be shown. And if that's something challenging, now it feels like challenging. It doesn't feel like, oh gosh, I'm having a bad journey.
Right,
it's like,
right.
no, this is what it is.
Yeah.
And that's something that came with some maturity for me, just my own experience with that. But so it is so much of the, like, what you're calling integration. And integration for you, we've talked offline about this, it's not necessarily just integrating after the fact, it's integrating before the fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, setting that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I find, integration, psychedelic integration, it's a big kind of umbrella of a lot of different modalities, and a lot of different therapists plug in their favorite modality. So people will do, psychodynamic or mythopoetic, Jungian, what else? Yeah, mindfulness. All these different sort of alphabet soup of therapies. You can, IFS or EMDR, whatever. People are which is great. I mean, it's great that people are being creative. For at least for the way that I do the integration with this focus on non-duality, I often sort of prioritize the front end integration like more than the back end, because I feel like if there's a lot of focus on the back end, or that's the primary focus, sometimes that can be about making a story out of the experience, and then it can become, people talk about meaning making, and that's sort of a slippery word because that can be something that you get attached to. Like people can come out of an experience saying, oh, now I know this is the purpose of my life, or this is the truth of the universe, or something like that. And they can get attached to that, and then it's sort of setting themselves up for this bubble to burst at some point into this disappointment of, oh, that's not what it is. Because reality is always one step ahead of you.
So this is so important because like even with certain journeys I've had, like say ayahuasca, I at the time it was just what it was. Then afterwards, the story started to coalesce out of it, which was, oh, this is about those closest to me. It's about a heart opening. It's about this energetic opening to family, whatever it was, that story. And then if something happens, so then the new identity is formed as the one who had this story about this experience that had this meaning for the person. Then when something happens that challenges that in real life,
yes,
the cognitive dissonance is the definition of suffering. You just go, oh, right, what happened? What happened to my beautiful experience about this and my story about this?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like I know these different arcs because I've experienced almost every psychedelic mistake or integration mistake that you could possibly make. I feel like I have personally made.
That's awesome.
At some point.
Yeah.
And so what I try to do with my clients is try to say, hey, I have made all the mistakes so that you don't have to. So I can help you, sidestep around that pothole or that chasm so that you can, get to this faster, basically.
And that's I'm so glad you said that, because what we were talking about earlier, where you were going into very exquisite detail about these experiences that you've had and also experiences with your clients. There are people who will watch and go, well, I don't want that to happen like this particular, but it's like, no, this was your experience really fleshing out how this works. And by making those, what we call mistakes, but they weren't really mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like, and that's why when I connected with you, I was struck by your sense of, first of all, the deep presence that's there, but the expertise that's there because you've done it. and you'll talk openly about, okay, so this happened and then that was not a good thing to do. Yeah.
I've made a lot of those. Yeah. And it's nice because I can talk to clients openly about, like this, I did it this way one time and it really wasn't effective, or it created this dysphoric outcome, and that's why we're going to do it differently.
Yeah.
Right. Or just things I've seen out in the community or with other guys and things like that. So I usually, I'm a little bit unusual in that when I guide people through my integration protocol, which is usually around 6 sessions, I usually do most of those beforehand. So there's a lot of focus on the front end. And that's because the focus of, at least how I work, is not that we're going to spend a lot of time journaling and meaning making, the purpose of your life, et cetera, all your values, like afterwards. It's more about learning how to let go moment by moment into the blazing mystery of this experience, whatever this is. And so when you can really get accustomed to doing that, like even before the medicine, then when the medicine arrives, the energy of all the images, whatever the phantasmagoria of even all the fractal, whatever it is, you can just let go of that. And then when it's over, you're just eating your berries or whatever, or just like taking a walk. There's not this kind of rumination of, gosh, well, when I was in my journey, I felt like I met God and God told me, X, Y, and Z, but I don't know what that means. And And I know that doesn't get you anywhere, at least for me, because I went through that. Like I went through so many experiences where I felt like I met entities. I felt like I was receiving some kind of download of the ultimate truth of the universe, et cetera. And in every single case, of course, right? How could it be otherwise? I was wrong, like I was always wrong. Whatever I thought was the meaning of whatever, it always falls apart because it's like trying to build a house of cards on like a river. It's just,
So
yeah.
Listen to what she's saying. Okay. This is actually the central thing, which is we're as humans, we're meaning seeking creatures, because it ties back ultimately, I think, to identity and our continuity and time and all of this. But ultimately what you're pointing at is any realization, and it can be beautiful. Oh, I have oneness with everything. And it can be the next moment superseded by whatever is happening. Yeah. And so the definition even of truth in that way becomes like, it's whatever's happening right now.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So but we should talk about safety. I want to, now that we've had the break, we have a few items we're going to try to just circle back to clarify some things for people and expand on a few things. So I do want to say a few things about safety. And I also want to say too, I know I talk openly about these ways that I have inflamed or damaged my nervous system. And I can understand people being like, oh my God, I'm never going to do psychedelics because this person's supposed to be an expert and they've clearly just, screwed themselves over by breaking their brain. So why would I ever do? So I want to explain that a little bit. Like first of all, like my first instance of some kind of neurological damage or some kind of trauma to my brain was this seizure I had when I was a child that had absolutely nothing to do with psychedelics.
Right.
That happened when I was 8 years old. And I feel like that sort of set the stage for a lot of, just the way that I am and a lot of my spiritual yearnings, because it just really experientially disconnected me from my senses, from my body. I was just really different after that. It was very, very traumatic in a way that I didn't even realize until actually some later work with psychedelics where I relived that experience, which is kind of interesting.
Viscerally relived
it. Yeah, for sure. It was like a childhood trauma that I'd never unpacked. Wow. And I kind of realized, oh my God, like that really shaped who I am so much. And I think it's the reason that I felt, I mean, there's other reasons too with my family, but I think that this just feeling of being, when I was a kid, I always felt like kind of almost like a broken robot. Like there's something wrong with my brain. I can't focus. I can't be present. I can't be in flow. And I really think that it had a lot to do with that, that injury. I mean, when I talked to my mom and kind of put the pieces back together, I was a very different kid, like before that experience and then after. And a lot of the symptoms that I have struggled with for a lot of my life, like cognitive symptoms, brain fog, neuroinflammatory symptoms, like they all kind of go back to that time. And there's also this kind of wild card of like this Lyme, which I know is kind of controversial. Like we talked about, like some people don't think chronic Lyme is a thing. I have been formally diagnosed with it recently. So that's kind of something I'm exploring. Like, I know that can, it's arguable, but show up as neurological symptoms for people.
Yeah.
And so, I spent a lot of time in the woods in the Adirondacks when I was a kid. Like, did I get bitten by a tick? Is that part of why my head feels like it's on fire almost all the time and has since I've been a child? I don't know, But so anyway, I just want to be clear with people that like none of that has anything to do with psychedelics. Nor does the I would say the second instance, which is the lion's mane. So lion's mane is not a psychedelic.
Right.
I want to be clear about
mushroom,
that. It's a medicinal mushroom like reishi, like turkey tail. And it's just something that's not known by people because it's widely promoted as just like a memory booster, cognitive enhancer. And I thought, I saw Stamets stuff. Like a lot of people, I just get on Google, read like a Healthline article and think, okay, this sounds safe. And I thought I'd done my homework and I tried it. And little did I know it's like Russian roulette for certain people. And nobody knows why, but it just completely changed my brain in this really devastating way for at least a couple of years. I mean, as I said earlier, I still feel like there's some lingering symptoms, but it's been 4 years and it's like, I hope maybe in another 4 years, it might be totally gone. I don't know. We'll see.
I want to reflect for a second because I know that's the internal experience. And I can just reflect that like when I interact with you and we've known each other for just a day or two now in person. Like, there's a presence and a sharpness that one would never know that was your internal experience.
I get that a lot. And I think it's maybe I've overcompensated. Like I think for a lot of my life, I think this is true probably up through like grad school and beyond. Like I feel like I always have had attentional issues or just sort of brain problems, just problems focusing or just being really awkward and receiving feedback from so many past like partners and family members of just like, you're in the way, or just this feeling of like, I'm not in the flow of conversations or situations, or just putting my foot in my mouth, or just like stepping on people's toes because I'm just clumsy, just being really out of it essentially. And I think because that has impacted my relationships like so much, because people have perceived me, and this is true of a lot of people with ADHD, like there's a component where it can be perceived as almost like a moral deficit, because it's like, oh, you're not totally here, so you must not care about me, or you're selfish because you're obviously just in your head and you're not. And it's like, no, I really want to be. I just feel like there's this like pervasive fog, and I can feel it right now. It's like this really weird sensation. It feels like somebody has stuffed my brain with cotton balls and like put a bunch of cayenne pepper in my head, and it's this like burning cottony feeling. And I felt that ever since I've been 8 years old. But yeah, I think I've almost in some ways made it part of the purpose of my life to kind of overcome that, to actually be present, because I felt like being just present, with a person has been like clawing up a waterfall my whole life, because everything about my neurology just always wants to take me into this dissociative kind of fog. And so I feel like I've gotten maybe good at masking, I think, to a certain extent. But also I will say that the and this is, speaking positively about the medicines, like the medicines have, for the most part, I would say, really helped in terms of reducing the inflammation, in terms of increasing the level of presence. And moving into the kind of non-dual shift, I feel like, just coming out of that cocoon of just separate selfhood also just really opened up a lot of new presence for me. Yeah. So,
I'm just feeling into, there's so many people in the audience who suffer with similar symptoms, whether it's frank ADHD.
Yeah.
And the questions are always, how can I be on this path when I can't? It just feels indescribably chaotic, and here you are saying
psychedelics. That's how you can be on the path.
More or less, but maso meno. No, exactly. I mean, that there is, like, this is not gonna. So, in other words, first of all, it's doable. Second of all, like, and when I was talking about the sense of presence around you, I should clarify it. It's not the typical social sense of presence. It's an energetic sense of presence. So, and it's very powerful. And I think that's all the work. I don't know what it is, but I just know the outcome right now.
Yeah.
So it's really quite beautiful to be in that presence and feel seen.
Oh, thanks.
Because you're feeling seen. Like, I feel seen, and that. So if you were talking about, people would say in relationships, you're not here and you don't care. And I know that I'm a little that way. I have friends that are much more that way, but they're such loving, caring people. It's just so beautiful to experience then. Okay, so with all the unjourneying and journeying that you've done, like, here we are in presence.
Yeah. And I do want to say that as an encouragement to people, that if folks are feeling like I'm out of it, I get messages like this all the time. I feel like my brain is broken, or I just can't be present. I'm in this fog. Like, I don't want to say these are panaceas or silver bullets, but I will say that, like, definitely, I mean, these medicines do have a very powerful anti-inflammatory effect and neuroplasticity effect, and sometimes they can really make profound differences. And for me in particular, the NN-DMT, especially when combined with the Harmaline, it's some kind of magic sauce. I can't explain exactly what it's doing. I know that the MAO inhibitors are anti-inflammatory as well, but it feels like the first time I ever took ayahuasca, I almost could feel, I mean, this sounds kind of extravagant. I don't know if this was actually happening, but at least subjectively, it felt as if some kind of old damage in my brain was like repairing itself in real time.
Yeah.
It almost felt like there were all these connections in my brain that were just kind of like this, just kind of like, just not really functioning. And all of a sudden on that medicine, I just felt this like that. It was like, whoa, like I couldn't even believe it. Like, in the moment, I just thought, oh my God, this is what I've been missing my whole life. I feel totally connected to my senses, to my body, to this moment in this way that I've never felt before, because it's felt like those connections have just been gummed up with, I don't know what. It
like
feels
a stable dissociation.
Balls. Yeah. It's just, and And those changes have been, I want to say, like long lasting, and even I would say permanent. Like there's certain experiences I've had on these medicines that have just completely changed my perception, where I feel like I have more flow and presence. It feels very natural, that I'm not clawing up a waterfall trying to mask, to kind of fit in. That it just feels like, oh, this is, my brain actually just works better now.
Yeah.
Because of these medicines.
Yeah.
So I really want to say that to people. Like, if you feel like your brain is broken, or you feel like you can't, meditate, people tell me all the time, I can't possibly meditate. It's like, really consider psychedelics. Like, they can really change your brain and in these ways that heal damage and inflammation, and might allow you to have presence that feels more effortless,
And in of course, working with a trained guide with the evaluation and everything. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So the only time, I'm trying to think of the other, when I talk about the brain damage, so there's the whole lion's mane thing, which is just kind of a mystery. Like, nobody even knows what's going on there.
Really? Yeah.
I mean, some people say, this is all just and you can get on Reddit, people have all sorts of theories. It's like, is it increasing the nerve growth factor, or I think the BDNF is the other factor, like so much so that maybe your brain is growing in ways that it's not supposed to, and it sort of grows at some malformed connections. I don't know, but it just, my brain was very inhibited, or sort of what's the word I'm looking for, impaired for like a long period of time. And there's lots of stories of similar things, especially linguistic stuff. When you get on Reddit, like, people talk about, it's like, I hear this word, but I think this word, or I can't read anymore.
Lion's mane.
It does something.
And that's an oral, you're taking.
So I really want to, if we're talking about safety, beware lion's mane. I do want to say that. And this is not something that you hear. You can go to any like natural food store in the United States, and they're going to have some lion's mane supplement. Even now, just mainstream grocery stores, and there's no warning label. And you could really, if you have a sensitivity to it, there are stories of people who have taken just like one capsule, and it's like, they're on Reddit saying, it's been 3 years and I'm still really struggling. I only took a very small number of doses. I think it was like, I don't know, a dozen capsules or something like that over a period of some months. So that's something I want to say safety wise. Be careful. It's probably not worth whatever benefits you think you're going to get from it. It may not be worth the risk. Just think about it. What else did I want to say about safety? One just clarification point I wanted to say from earlier. I mentioned something about how salvia is really potent, and I was mentioning the micrograms. Right. And I wanted to just clarify, when I say that, I'm talking about salvinorin A, which is the psychoactive ingredient. So salvia itself, when you acquire it, it's a leaf. It's usually dried. It's usually sold in extracts. But the actual ingredients, which, it's kind of a very specialized thing to actually extract the actual salvinorin and work with it that way. But that's when you're working with those really tiny kind of microgram levels. So let's see. So the only time that, I don't want to scare people about, it's like, it's not the psychedelics that have been hurting me, but I will say the only time that I've had problems with psychedelics that seem to be exacerbating things or causing issues, I have had some cases of that. And they seem to be very, very unusual and very kind of idiosyncratic to me, because I've talked extensively with like Dr. Ben Malcolm, my medical consultant, about some of these things. And, he talks to people all the time about psychedelic safety. And even he was scratching his head like, I've never heard of these kind of reactions. And so the reactions I have had that have been, problematic or seem to be harmful is when I did ketamine. That was a one and done thing for me. I don't know why, but this brain fog inflammation problem I've had since I was about 8 years old. When I took ketamine, it really flared up. I don't know why, but it really increased, and it was for about a month. It was just really
some idiopathic reaction to it.
And then I've also had that with ayahuasca, not with the analog, which is why I use it, but for some reason the brew. Why is that? I don't know.
Right?
Is it something? Is it?
Everybody's unique.
So, Is it like the mold? Because I also have this weird thing with like any kind of mushroom, especially the medicinal mushrooms. It seems to be I have a sensitivity. So it's like, do I have a mold allergy? I don't know. But then the last thing that happened, and this would be an interesting segue to another kind of story I want to tell about sort of like awakening and about non-duality, and in some ways getting over non-duality, I guess, like my fetish for non-duality. so this is actually fairly recent. It happened just, well, in 2023. So just last year, I was working with 5-MeO-DMT, and I had this inflammatory reaction to it, kind of like with the ketamine, but it was different, and it was more intense, and I'd never had that before. And again, why does that happen? Like, I've never seen this with any of my clients. I've never heard of this in the community. I've asked, I have a very peculiar neurology.
Physiology.
Yeah. I don't know why that is. So when people are saying like, oh my God, this might happen to me, it's like, I'm probably just like a very strange edge case. Like, please don't think that if you take 5-MeO, you're going to have some inflammatory reaction. I've heard things anecdotally, like if someone has MS, that 5-MeO can be exacerbating. I've heard things anecdotally about if someone has Lyme. So could it be that? I don't know. But the fact is that, last year, I took a fairly small dose of 5-MeO, and I had this inflammatory reaction that lasted for this time it was about a year. The lion's mane was about 2 years in the peak of it. This one was about a year. And it was, I'm not going to lie, it was hell. Like, it was really bad. And the reason it was so bad is that it was doing something to my serotonergic system. And the reason I mean, I don't know for a fact, but subjectively, the reason it felt that way, I'm pretty convinced it is because I feel like I'm very sensitive to knowing when my serotonin system is working well and when it's not. And that goes back to high school, because when I was really depressed in high school, I was put on Effexor.
Yeah.
And as people may know, Effexor is one of these really notorious SSRIs that when you start to come off of it, you can just have horrible withdrawals. And my withdrawals were just nightmarish, which is interesting. Even back then in high school, I was having, I have strange reactions.
Yeah.
Right. But I remember, like coming off of Effexor, I just felt so dysphoric. And it felt like this chemical dysphoria in my brain that just felt, it felt like neurologically, I just cannot enjoy my life. I just feel absolutely horrible. That same feeling, and it was a very familiar feeling, like just some of the weird prickly headaches, not exactly the lightning headaches people talk about, but somewhere in that genre, and some weird nausea. But basically for about a year, I, for the most part, this was last year, was just like really dysphoria, like experiencing this like very persistent dysphoria. And it was after this 5-MeO inflammatory thing. And yeah, it was really hard. I mean, it would sort of come in waves. Like sometimes I would have a really bad day where the inflammation would really kick up, and there were certain exacerbating factors like not getting enough sleep, or sometimes if there was wildfire smoke, I live in Oregon, and I'd be inhaling some of that. It seemed to really kick it up high. Sometimes it would, every once in a while I'd have a better day. But it was a really, really interesting spiritual sort of like trial by fire, like crucible. And because basically what I realized, I mean, I spent that whole, like, I don't know, maybe the first 3/4 of that year just almost in grief, because it was this feeling of I've messed up I don't know what's happened, but I've messed up my brain. Maybe I can never do 5-MeO again. And also at a deeper level, this feeling of, because I'm feeling so sort of just at a neurological neurotransmitter level, so dysphoric, it also felt like it really blocked my access to just some of the familiar phenomenology of non-duality. Because at that point in my non-dual journey, my non-dual process of unfolding, I feel like I'd gotten to some kind of point where, it sounds silly to say this in retrospect, it was true, where I feel like I kind of pat myself in the back a little bit, like, yeah, I got the whole non-duality thing. I'm pretty much in this more or less, persistent state, in a everyday basis, where everything just feels kind of like dreamlike and immaterial, and sort of the feeling of the emptiness and the simultaneous fullness and the radiance and all these things, it's almost like a cliche, like these keywords we talk about. That was my lived experience. And I felt like, okay, like I've arrived. It sounds ridiculous, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's very common.
I've got the non-duality prize. That's my lived experience. And
seeking done.
Yeah, and even it's like, okay, I can feel these different emotions. I can feel them as energy, all this sort of stuff. So I got this, and I had become sort of acclimatized to these certain aspects of my phenomenology just being available, right? And And then comes in this like unexpected tidal wave of this inflammation. That's what I'm calling it. I don't know if that's what it was, but just based on talking with various doctors, it seems consistent with some kind of neuroinflammatory flare up. And all of a sudden, some of that stuff is still intact, but like a lot of it is not there as much, because that sense of just the effortless, blissful, radiant presence of being, that we always talk about, non-duality, not there so much when your brain is just like so inflamed that your serotonin system is dysregulated. And so I actually just felt really like this sense of heaviness and darkness and separation and cloudiness.
It felt like a huge loss.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Grief.
Yeah. Like, oh my God, is this, have I lost it now? I thought I got awakening, but now.
And I'll interrupt for 1 second, because there are people who, without any drugs, have had this exact experience. The I had it and I lost it sense of that.
Yeah.
So, continue.
Yeah. And yeah, a lot of stuff was still there, but it was just, it was. And so I had this feeling of I've lost it, but then there's still this, with any fear comes the flip side of the hope to kind of counterbalance it. But I'm going to get back up on my feet. I know if maybe it'll take, a year, maybe I need to try some other medicines, or maybe I need to get this treatment, or maybe it'll just go away and I'll get back. And so I kind of, in my grief and in my suffering, I still was holding on to this future vision of the more enlightened me, who was kind of back to where I was. Like, I'm going to get it back again. And then something happened one day. I was just sitting in meditation, and it's interesting when these things happen. I'm generally like, I would say a terrible meditator. Like when you think about people who are just the spiritual athletes, who just, just get in that flow, or they can just go into the jhanas and all that sort of stuff. Because of, I think probably just all these brain things that I went through as a kid, meditation was always just like a slog for me. I never had any facility for it, but I just hung in there.
No one can relate to that.
Yeah. Just hour after hour, day after day,
slog
retreat
away.
After retreat.
Yeah.
And then it's interesting. I always thought maybe I always needed psychedelics to have something come up, but then sometimes things do happen just on meditation. And now meditation feels much more effortless, but it took many years and hours and the medicines to help. But anyway, I was just sitting there meditating, and it was interesting. I was feeling, it was a particularly bad day of inflammation. So I was feeling the dark clouds of like this just neuroinflammatory dysphoria, and the heat and the pain and the headaches and everything. And just sitting there and just having this sense of just like, like, this is so horrible. Like, when am I going to get back to the kind of goodies of non-duality that I was so familiar for several years of just like resting as awareness? And then something just, I don't know what it was, something just unlocked for me where it just hit me. It was very gentle. It wasn't like a big realization, but it just hit me. Oh, that's funny. I can't check all these little boxes of all the adjectives that we usually associate with the non-dual experience at this moment. But I'm still here, like having this experience, and I'm still kind of aware that I'm having this experience. And I'm also becoming aware that I'm attached to this experience having a particular quality to it. Like if I had my druthers, I would really prefer for this experience in this moment to be more non-dual than it feels, because non-duality is clearly better than like everything else, right? And so all of that just kind of came up, and I thought, that's interesting. It's interesting. This moment is somehow continuing on, even though I'm not having the experience that I want, that I was conditioned myself to. So that was just really interesting. And I guess in a nutshell, I feel like what happened to me is that I lost interest in happiness.
This is a nail biter for me, because I love this stuff.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like I'm sure a lot of people would be like, what?
Oh, no, keep going. Yeah.
And life like this year had to just bring me to my knees and beat me into the ground for me to even begin to go to that place. Because of course it feels so, I don't want to say it's innate, because I think it's also very socialized, maybe even particularly in the West, like this sort of thing of the individual happiness,
Yeah,
life,
pursuit of
liberty, the
happiness.
pursuit of happiness,
Yeah.
right? But yeah, I just realized like, oh, like, yeah, I've been kind of, at some level just really focused on trying to be happy. Like, and my spiritual practice has also been subsumed under that. Like, and I realized too that within so many spiritual circles, even within non-duality, that word is sprinkled around a lot. And so then you encounter these words like liberation, or like, I mean, people will say things in the non-dual space like, oh, our natural state is happiness or is bliss. Or people will frame, and kind of, it's almost a salesmanship around non-duality because, or salespersonship, I say.
And a spiritual perfectionism.
Yeah, because it's like, if you're a spiritual teacher and people are coming or watching your YouTube channel or whatever, they want, there's some sense of like, well, why should I follow this person? What am I going to get out of it? Right. And so if somebody is saying, well, I can promise you that if you do, my method, you're going to achieve liberation from suffering in this lifetime because I don't suffer. I mean, this is a very common sales pitch that we see. And I think I bought into that. And and so I think that there was a part of me that still was invested, had a dog in like the fight of my practice, because I wanted to have a good experience for myself. I wanted to be happy. I wanted to be free from suffering. And yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, to go for a year where happiness was almost impossible.
It was taken.
It was taken from me. It just like my brain just couldn't produce those chemicals. Like, like the serotonin was just
gone.
Not there.
Yeah.
And so it just sort of revealed itself to me. Oh, that's just another conditional experience to crave. I mean, not just happiness in general or feeling good, but also, I mean, people might disagree, but I would say a lot of the non-dual phenomenology that is so fetishized as sort of the be-all, end-all thing. It's another conditional experience that, and I think it's interesting that a lot of people in the non-dual space throw around these words like the happiness independent of conditions or the unconditioned. And I think people, this is just my personal opinion, like I think people use those words not realizing how fragile actually that state is. Like if you take, I mean, a lot of people who make those kind of claims, I would say appear to have incredibly privileged lives in terms of usually being like white and male and cis and living in a certain amount of material comfort and also having a certain amount of just health. But I wonder like, I mean, if you take somebody who claims that they're experiencing some kind of unconditioned happiness and all of a sudden they have a traumatic brain injury or they have some kind of neuroinflammatory disorder, like that can be taken away from you. It is conditional.
And Ram Dass has spoken of this with his stroke, and Adyashanti has written about this. And
so it's really, so I kind of just, I mean, it sounds very simple in a way, like, oh, attached to happiness, but I don't think I ever saw it so clearly that I really, I was invested in non-duality because I wanted to get to some point where I wasn't suffering anymore. Isn't that what this is all about? I mean, isn't that what Buddhism, it's like liberation from suffering?
Why if what we're doing is I want to be free from suffering, right?
Yeah. And so, but I say that life, I want to, encourage people. I think life gets much more interesting when you're not interested in happiness anymore.
By the way, I don't think people have this conversation, in spiritual circles. It's almost a taboo.
Yeah.
That the end of the road, first of all, there's no end. And second of all, happiness is not the carrot dangling at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Because when happiness becomes, it was impossible for me at a certain point, then it's like, well, what am I interested in? I'm interested in connection.
Yeah. So tell me what's interesting. What's interesting about this without, let's say, happiness drops away?
Connection. The connection is interesting. Like just, and there's sort of two layers to this because you could reframe the spiritual path as, okay, I'm not chasing after some particular state. I'm just really dropping into as deep a connection as possible with whatever is happening in whatever form. And that could be, it could be that you have, just food poisoning and you're vomiting and you're just completely connected to noticing all the minute sensory details of that experience. It could be that you are having this really deep non-dual drop-in and you're noticing how that feels. Or it could be that you've just been triggered from a childhood memory and you're in your ego and you're feeling that separation and you're also connected to that experience, but you're not privileging any as the thing. Now that's still a kind of practice as I describe it.
Yeah.
But what I find is it seems like the limit of that is the slow collapse of there being any spiritual practice, because still there's some kind of something predicated in there, some kind of assumption that I might have some kind of control right within there to pursue happiness or not pursue happiness. Like there's still a construction of a spiritual agent in there doing a spiritual practice,
and that it's not okay as it is. And
right.
It needs some change.
Yeah. Or that it even can be different.
It can be different than it
like,
is. Right.
It doesn't feel like it can.
Which is the root delusion.
I could be wrong, but.
Well, right.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is you can't know anything.
Yeah, right. And this is where I think, as I try to say in all these conversations, like, I'm not trying to say that any of these things like non-duality is somehow now to be, tossed out, just like Vipassana. It's like, well, how can we integrate all these things? And if we start off provisionally as the practice being connection, deepening connection, that immediately helps get it, sort of limit bypassing, right? Because then it's not about trying to, cut off the fear of death or not have any fear, or to only experience positive states or all these things. It's actually just experiencing what you're experiencing as deeply as possible. Vipassana is awesome as a practice at doing that in your body. But I would say it's not enough because Vipassana doesn't allow for this deep, like, it doesn't connect me necessarily to like this water bottle, for example. I mean, I can do a sort of, intense Vipassana meditation on it, but with a non-dual dropping of the walls, all of a sudden everything is connected. And you can even try these things on as different lenses, right? It's like, okay, I can do Vipassana. Okay, I'm here. That's over there. But then I can drop the subject object. Okay, now everything is just this unified experience. And that's another kind of connection. And so now I'm connected to my body, my emotional experience, and also just the inanimate objects in the room, because they're not actually objects. They're all just the warp and weft of the fabric of this experience. But then I would say it feels like there's something else, because if there's some feeling of, okay, now I'm this spiritual adept who can sort of very masterfully slip between these different lenses. Oh, look, I can try this one on. I can be in the non-dual state. There's still some sense of control or some sense of doer. And so what I find is, and this is why I'm so interested in Salvia, is because I feel like the DMTs are really, really good at getting you into the non-dual stuff. But I think that you could get stuck being attached to that. And Salvia, at least for me, it feels like it just takes you into the whatever is happening in whatever form, and just reveals that there is no control. There is no, like, spiritual practice itself just feels absurd, because there's still some sense there of someone who is chasing after something. And so the liberation, like awakening, like all this sort of things start to kind of fall away, because it's like, literally, it's just like, there's a visual sensation of this microphone, and there's a feeling of like warmth in my chest right now, and there's a feeling of pressure in the chair, and there's the resonant sound of my voice happening right now, and that's it. It's just the sensations are doing what they're doing, and there's no sort of ghost in the machine in there who's like the little kind of homunculus like
pulling the strings,
controlling it.
Well, and I'm going to reflect for a second on because this is it. When you talk about these medicines in that way, it really strikes me that this is how I perceive the kind of series of, and it's not really a series, and it's not in time, all that, but let's speak like humans, because what else are we going to do? It's like, yes, there's the sort of subtle realm, and the body and the psychic realm, and then there's the like emptiness, and the witness, which you talk about, where you're just, everything's happening in you, and the identity shifts to like this whole thing. But then what you're pointing at this Salvia level is the collapse of the witness into everything that is, just as it is, without a doer, without a subject, and it's all just happening, and there's no value judgment on it. There's no self and no lack of self. There's, it's like the Heart Sutra.
Yeah, well, I'll take it even one step further. It's like those things might be arising, but there's still a sense of you can't control that either. So it's like if the feeling of a subject is arising, or even if you're having a thought that's like, or like, I want to be happy or something like that. It's like that's also arising. Like it's just there's no control. Like there's just everything is happening without your control.
Processing, just doing, there's no word for it. It's just pure verb.
Yeah. It's just
Now for this is why I guess in the classic Dzogchen they don't give you the certain teachings until you've done all the grunt work, because I think for some people, especially with trauma and so on, that realization of no control, no doer is destabilizing.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. And now we're circling back to safety again. Yes. And this is why this always, in my opinion, should be done in a stepwise way. And this is the word that in my 5-MeO community, they like to say stepwise.
Yeah.
It's trauma informed because it's funny. I actually, when I'm first working with clients, I use the word control, ironically, control and agency a lot to describe how their first 5-MeO experience is going to be. I say, when you're in the medicine, you may feel a dropping away of kind of, surrendering of control. But between the sessions, you're going to be able to choose what dose you want to do, and whether you want to just go take a break or put your feet in the grass. You're gonna have so much agency. Whereas if you take mushrooms, like it's just gonna sweep you out for 5 hours to all these places. And so I'm always working with clients, trying to meet them exactly where they are and trying to use the right, appropriate language. And so sometimes I might be saying things that look completely opposite. Like when I'm first working with someone, I might be talking about, you're going to be feeling all this agency and control. But then as they're working longer and longer, and as they're working more with me and they're getting deeper into the stuff, it's like, are you ready to explore deconstructing your sense of volition? Because if you are, and you might consider trying Salvia, if you want to go there. But some people don't care about that, or they don't want to.
It's not their
sometimes I've had clients, I'm depressed, I have some childhood trauma, I just want to feel an alleviation of that, and I want to feel more connected to my partner. It's like, okay,
beautiful,
right? Like
right. Well, it's a value judgment to say that's not just exactly right. What's happening. I
don't know why. I'm just like, I think I'm like you. I'm a super hardcore nerd.
We're gunners about this
about conscious. I'm just like really interested in deconstructing
what is this?
Consciousness.
What is this?
And I'm really interested in the brain, and I'm interested. It fascinates me when I watch my sense of self or time or space get glitchy and fall apart and come back together. I can imagine for a lot of people that doesn't sound appealing at all.
No, it sounds the opposite.
Like,
right?
Why would you do that?
No,
that's okay.
No,
like,
right.
You don't have to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, for me, it's like, yes, and more. What else?
And it's so ironic because someone might say, well, maybe you go down the rabbit hole because you're craving this liberation. But the funny thing is, it feels like, first of all, there is no bottom to the rabbit hole. But the deeper down you fall, the more that liberation just feels like some dead weight, because it's this whole spiritual story of attainment. Anytime there's any spiritual teacher who's out there saying something like, I've attained liberation from suffering this lifetime, this is what you can expect to attain when you work with me, I'm always like, and
what they'll say in response to you is, well, clearly you haven't had it, so you don't know.
Right. And maybe I haven't. I want to be humble.
We have to be humble.
Maybe I'm not there. Maybe there are.
I know I suffer
who don't suffer at all. But I've personally found that anybody who claims that, when I get to know them, there's a lot of blind spots and a lot of red flags. And I have the opportunity in my work to be connected with a lot of people, either directly or indirectly, with some of these so-called spiritual masters, and you hear things behind the scenes or the anecdotes where it's like, well, on the YouTube video or the interview, they were talking about how they had no fear, or they, experienced no suffering. But then behind the scenes, they're sharing with, this friend of mine that they actually just had a psychotic break and were in the hospital. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
I feel a lot of compassion for them. I wish
it's a heart opening.
There's some kind of disconnect there.
Right.
And that's, I think that,
But that this is all, see, the great thing is this is good news. Actually, because it means that if this is our lot as humans, that we're going to be human, then let's go for it.
Yeah.
Right? Why do we want to try to create a pedestal and then go stand on it, and only to be knocked off by the next change in conditions? It's like, well, that's why when you first reached out to me, it resonated so directly, because I didn't get the sense that, oh, she's trying to bypass this thing, or she's trying to put these medicine's on some kind of pedestal as the end all be all. No, there was humility and there was directness and there was I've made all these mistakes. And this is what I've learned.
So many.
Yeah, it's great. It's because, it's almost like I trust that more as someone who's been through a lot of this. It's like, because I know it's a shit show. Mm-hmm. That's how it is. And that's the teacher. Life taught you in the last year that, what happens when you take happiness off the table? Okay, life will show you.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's this incredibly tactile, indescribable oneness. Yeah.
Or it's not in that moment because you can't control that either.
Because you can't control it.
Yeah.
And the next minute you're super contracted.
Yeah.
I recently had COVID, and at some point, like day 7, I had this horrible experience where I was lightheaded and all this, and I had this massive panic, like I was going to die. And I won't tell the whole story, but in that moment, any sort of belief that I'd had that I have some non-dual attainment that has immunized me from the fear of death, or that I could drop into when I'm panicked, I was disabused of that because it was just panic. It was just terror. It was just thoughts streaming in. You're going to leave your kids without a father. You have talked about COVID for how many years now on your show, and now you're going to die of it on the floor in your living room, and just feeling that unadulterated. And that was what was arising.
Yeah.
And then 30 minutes later, it was something else.
Yeah.
So to just finally say, okay, that's all right. That too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. What else can we talk about with safety stuff? I think there's one more thing. I had a list of things. Let's see. Oh yeah. I want to just touch on, so I want to talk about the difference between NN-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT briefly, because I feel like I almost want to scream this from the rooftops because it's so important. It's probably the number one psychedelic safety thing I can think of that I just want everybody to just get in them, is the fact that, so these two compounds, they're really often confused all the time, understandably, because they both have DMT in them, which is true of all of the tryptamine, even psilocybin. If you look at the chemical structure, it's DMT at the end of it. But confusing them is very dangerous. And let me tell you why, just so people know that. So 5-MeO-DMT is significantly more powerful by weight. And so what that means is if you mistake NN-DMT for 5-MeO-DMT, that's probably just going to give you a weaker trip because it's a much weaker medicine. And it's okay, that's not. But if you do the reverse, that can literally be lethal because, if somebody, let's say, has acquires some medicine and it's labeled as DMT and they don't know what that is or what type it is, when they look up online, okay, DMT, and they might find something, okay, maybe it's, I don't know, 30 to 60 milligrams is a good strong trip. So then they think, okay, I'll put that in my pipe. Well, if that's 5-MeO-DMT, that could be the last experience you ever have. Because that one, you usually stop at 20 at the absolute most, but usually for most people, 10 is plenty.
So the dosing would be nuts.
It would be nuts. Yeah. And you could have a seizure. You could,
So there are the physiological consequences of overdose.
Over.
Yeah.
So confusing those, which it almost scares me as someone in this work because it's just, I could see it happening so easily. And I'm so grateful that it feels like it hasn't happened, fortunately, but it's they have similar names. They're often confused. They can both be very similar looking powders. They have kind of a similar smell. 5-MeO smells sort of like corn tortillas, and N-N-DMT smells sort of it kind of has a similar thing, but it almost has a little bit of a new shoe smell to it or something like that, or a mothballs.
I don't think I've ever heard this talked about yet.
Yeah.
Right.
So if but it's there's enough similarity that it could happen.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is with the MAO inhibitor.
Yeah.
So you can combine
monoamine oxidase.
The MAO
used to be used as antidepressants.
Yeah.
They still are, I think. Yeah.
You can use those along with the NN-DMT. Oh, if you're doing that
Harmaline,
ayahuasca combo, not with 5-MeO.
So what happens with 5-MeO if you're on a monoamine oxidase inhibitor?
Oh my God, it's very dangerous. I will say there are people out there who are sort of extreme psychonauts who do this, but I would just say to the general public, please do not do this. It's like playing with fire. It's basically 5-MeO is such an intense activator or agonist of those 5-HT2A receptors,
the serotonin stuff.
It needs to metabolize very fast, and it does, fortunately. So it does its work, it's metabolized, and then you're fine. But if you have that MAOI on board, it just keeps hitting those receptors so hard with this really, kind of dynamite
equivalent of an overdose.
Yeah, and basically it's kind of like an overdose. You can have serotonin syndrome, seizure, coma, death. I mean, that's where you're headed.
Yeah.
So it's really important that people know that. And so what that means is that if you're doing this on your own, which I don't recommend, but harm reduction, it's like, do your homework, make sure you're getting this from a very reputable source. Always test your stuff. Always send it to a lab. And, we can share details about that later, but to make sure 100% what it is.
Right. And what I would say is I have to advocate as a physician, like, I would not do any of this stuff without a absolute experienced guide. And that's just what I believe as a physician for most of the public. Yeah, there are psychonauts and there are people who are DIY and that's great. People are going to do what they do, but I could not advocate that with good conscience as a medical professional. Yeah. And we talked a lot about safety, which is good, makes me much more comfortable because there's a feeling now with the resurgence of psychedelics in the popular culture that, okay, this is the answer to my problems because it wasn't the Lipitor pill, it wasn't Ozempic, it's something else, right? Yeah. Because people are looking, like you said, for happiness. Mm-hmm. So it's really good that you speak in this way so eloquently about, okay, it's a powerful thing. Mm-hmm. And that's the reason it has a benefit.
Yeah.
And the neuroplasticity, the fact that you're open, that things can be reorganized in a way that's so transformative. And I did experience that with ayahuasca. It was like, if I'm making an analogy, it was like I'd been energetically blown open and my heart had just exploded open into the beauty of compassion for all suffering. And then over time, as the energetic pattern of me started to reestablish, it formed in a different configuration. It was a little more open, a little more loving, a little more tolerant, a little more self-forgiving.
Yeah.
And it wasn't magic. It wasn't some one and done transformation. It was part of a journey.
Yeah.
Or an unjourney, ultimately. Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm going to be sort of flipping those terms around a lot and being like, why did I come up with this?
I love it.
Making a word salad for myself.
Beautiful. Hey, we're good at that in medicine for sure.
So just a couple more pieces to tie up some loose ends. So one thing is another route of administration of 5-MeO that I want to talk about. And I'm excited to talk about this on the show because as far as I know, and I could be wrong, maybe there's something out there, but I have not seen anybody on the internet publicly talking about this other route of administration. It's known in the underground, in guide communities, but I want to just get it out there for people's awareness because it's super powerful and it's also really interesting. And it's really interesting what it brings up for people physically and emotionally. And as soon as I say the word, I know people are going to have a reaction. And it's rectal. It's the rectal.
Oh my God, butt stuff.
Right? Like,
listen, when you talk to me, you say rectal, I'm all in. It doesn't matter what. But yes, there's a huge, like, what? And I've talked to a couple people about this because you'd mentioned it to me, like, reasonably seasoned psychonauts. And they're like, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Because there's such a visceral reaction.
Totally.
So please go on. Even though in medicine, we're giving enemas, we're giving rectal suppositories all the time. But this is like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a totally legitimate way to receive a substance. I mean, when I was a kid, I had suppositories. I remember.
Totally.
I don't even remember what it was, but something I received that way.
And I only had to call Child Protective Services on my dad twice because he was the doctor who was administering these things.
God.
Yeah, it's very strange having physician parents. You don't get to see a real doctor, but they, give you all kinds of stuff. And, in the end, it's a specific type of trauma. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hope you've broken that intergenerational with your kids transmission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, they still don't get to see the doctor, but I also don't do anything.
Yeah. So basically, there's a lot of different ways to take 5-MeO. So people insufflate it up to the nose. There's the vaporization. There's the smoking. People are doing IM now, which is interesting too.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that's another thing that people are experimenting with. But so rectal. So with rectal, there's a number of different ways that you can do that. Some people have basically they put the medicine in like a coconut oil kind of suppository. basically. When I make a formula to give to people, and I always tell people it's self-administered rectal, just so they know that
you're not doing
I'm
it.
not in the room.
Right.
But basically, I take the free base and I combine it with distilled white vinegar. And what that does is it's a chemical reaction that converts it into 5-MeO-DMT acetate. And it's a salt, so it's water soluble, which makes it more easily uptaken by the rectal tissues. You can do it with a free base, but I think it's generally considered not as effective that way, at least anecdotally. So then I just put that in I have this step where I bake off the extra acetic acid, because that's kind of
it's a little irritant.
Yeah, because otherwise it can be irritating.
Vinegar in the butt.
And then I just combine that with a sterile isotonic, saline solution, the 0.9%. And so what it is it's just it's a syringe, blunt tip, no needle, goes in there easily with some lube. And it's usually start off with about 1.5 milliliters of fluid. So it's a very small amount, because the solution is 10 milligrams per milliliter. Yeah, that's what usually concentration of it. And so it's really easy. It's very effortless. It feels like nothing. There's no pain or sting or anything like that. But the reason it's a powerful alternate way to take it has to do with how it impacts people and how it hits the nervous system, and the time flow of it. So usually when people are smoking or vaping, 5-MeO-DMT is extremely fast, and it has this very flashy quality. So low dose, it can be just like 5 minutes. Higher doses, peak experiences are not going to be longer than like 20 minutes at the most. And it hits almost instantaneously. I mean, usually you inhale, you're holding it in your lungs for some period of time. And even after sometimes like 10 seconds, you can feel it. Whoosh, and there's this kind of, if it had a sound effects for me, it would be like, whoosh. It like whisks you, at least when you first start working with it, like into hyperspace. It's just like whoosh, into this kind of just white light and fractals and all that stuff. And then you're there, and then you come back fairly. So it's almost like you become pure consciousness, and then you get reincarnated back into yourself very fast. And there's something about that speed, I think, that is partially helpful, because it just cuts through the thinking narrative mind and resistance. It just like punches through that. But there are disadvantages as well, because you don't have a lot of time to marinate in the medicine and really integrate what's happening. And so the rectal is really different. So what happens is it takes about 5 minutes to come up. So there's some time where you can actually feel the medicine coming on, which is nice. Unlike the vaping is just, it's almost instantaneous. And it usually starts as some kind of feeling coming up through the core of the body. It might be some feeling of like warm energy or something like that. And then you're in that experience for as long as an hour. It's really different. So before we're talking about maximum like 20 minutes, this is like at least in the peak, this is like an hour experience. And because of that, I will say, again, safety, I never give people rectal at a high dose, because to me, that's just too much.
Committing to this,
too much serotonin activation. This is moderate, low to moderate dose, depending on the person. It just gives people so at that dose, people generally aren't going into these very expansive states. Usually you're aware of where you are, you're in the room, you're still in your body. But I would say it allows for this very deep and profound somatic trauma healing work. And that's where I see is the big benefit to it. And it's really interesting how, and I would love for people to research this to kind of get to the bottom of what's going on, but it feels like the site that the medicine is received seems to be very energetically connected with the healing that's happening there. So like when I vape, and it feels like the energy is all kind of from quite literally from the lungs and up. There's this kind of whoosh, like thing happening here. I mean, there's other things that can happen in the body, but that's where I feel all of the energy. It feels very up and out like this. But when I've received the rectal, it feels like there's a lot of deep releasing that's happening in the pelvic floor and in the gut and in that kind of lower vagus nerve area. And I'll say a brief anecdote. The reason that I serve rectally, even though it's like it's awkward for people, or
it sounds like a political biography.
Oh,
Reason that I serve rectally.
wow. Oh, I see. Because you're on the right, I guess. Yeah, correct. Is because I had worked with 5-MeO. I'd been guided. I'd done the bufo. I've done smoking. I've done vaping. All these different ways of receiving it. And there were still parts of my own trauma and my own contraction that had not been touched.
Huh.
And I realized at a certain point in my life that I was having a lot of physical symptoms that were showing up as pelvic floor issues in particular. A lot of chronic tightness and pain and like bladder issues, like all these sorts of things that all seem to be centered in, it's usually called like the root chakra.
Right. Perineum
area.
root chakra.
Yeah. And so I really, I was investigating this from like a medical side of things. And then as I started to do pelvic floor physical therapy, I started to connect some dots that, maybe this is like a trauma thing. Because when I was a kid, I did have a lot of trauma. I don't want to go into all the details, but there was trauma that also manifested as a lot of like really long-term like potty training issues. Where I felt like, when I was as old as, gosh, even in second grade, I remember I would have issues like at school, like peeing on the floor, like shitting my pants at school. That's like very unusual for a kid of that age.
Yeah.
Right. And so there was something going on with, the control of my bladder, of my bowels. And I think it was very connected to my trauma.
And I've heard this from many people actually who had trauma. Yeah.
And so there's something about that site, and it makes sense to me intuitively, because just the way, even colloquially, like we talk about fear, you say, oh, like, I'm going to lose my shit, right? Or like, or saying someone's like a tight ass. Like there's some way that we intuitively associate a tension in the pelvic, like in the pelvic floor or in the sphincter, with like control and fear, right? Or you think about an animal, even like a deer, like gets spooked, like it'll shit sometimes as it's running away, right? So there's something there, and I heard about the rectal route of administration. I didn't even know that was possible, but I have a friend who's a guide who was serving in that way. And I said, like, I really think this is going to be beneficial for me given what I'm dealing with. And so we did it that way. And I was blown away, Zubin. It was, like I don't even know how to describe it. Like, it almost felt as if my entire pelvis was like this really clamped tight, like rosebud that, still had the green leaves on the outside, just like really, and all of a sudden when the medicine hit, it just like bloomed kaleidoscopically, just like I just felt this deep opening and release. And I felt like there was like electricity and warmth going out all over through my extremities. My hands were buzzing and alive. And I felt this incredible sense of safety. That was really interesting.
Root chakra.
Like I felt like, wow, I've never felt so safe in my life. And then I went back into this childhood regression. And that's the story I told earlier about holding my guide's hand.
Right.
That was during that same
I see.
experience. And so after that was just a revelation for me, because I thought, how interesting that the same molecule, different route of administration, never touched any of these issues. But here I receive it rectally, and somehow, again, this is just speculative, but it seems like it's somehow hitting that lower vagus nerve or something on the site, and it's doing some work in that chakra that has not been accessed by the other route. And so now I'm kind of an evangelist, I feel like, of the rectal. Every time I get a new client, I always tell them, if you've had sexual trauma, if you have any kind of pelvic floor issues, or even if you just feel like you hold fear in your pelvic floor, in your sphincter, strongly consider this, because it might be the very thing that just goes in there and even in a single session can just like release that.
This is absolutely nuts. I've never heard this, and it seems really promising. But one question that arose is, can you re-traumatize someone who's maybe not ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's always a potential for re-traumatization with any of these medicines. And that's why this work always has to be done really carefully. And, for my process, it always starts from the very first contact I make with a client is the screening process. So they go to my website, they fill out this form. And so I'm always looking for people to see where they're at in terms of trauma. If somebody checks certain boxes, that indicates to me that they have really serious trauma and that they're in an active PTSD kind of symptomology, I'm not going to work with them because at that stage, I might work with them later on.
Right.
But I would refer them to someone who's doing EMDR, someone who's doing prolonged exposure therapy, to just really work on some of that stuff without any of the medicines to get the nervous system activation level down lower, so that then they can be ready. And then I wouldn't even start them with the rectal. We would start with the light
Low
dose of the vape
pen.
Let's give you a 5-minute experience. Let's give you a 10-minute experience. Let's see how you do.
Handshake.
Yeah. And then once it seems like they're okay with that, then I would consider the rectal. And even then, I would probably, if there's a lot of trauma, I would probably start with a very low dose. You know, I usually max out at like 25 milligrams for people. So that's like, 2.5 milliliters of my solution. But without if somebody had a severe sexual trauma history, maybe we just start off with 5 milligrams or something.
Yeah. And then this is again, and it all circles back to the safety, because I'm thinking, my friend Simon Brown in the UK, who I've done shows with, he is very adamant about working with professionals who specialize in trauma in those early stages of that, because the risk of re-traumatization and the lack of co-regulation and all the other pieces, attachment issues, everything that happens, requires a real acute training. And in non-dual spaces, everyone's like, you can just bypass it and just feel whatever's arising.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not how it's experienced.
Yeah.
But this sounds, the way you describe it, I mean, I feel it in the body as like just this warm, safe embrace that allows then the exploration in a way.
Yes.
And in the classic, for people who don't know the whole chakra thing, and this is just another model, right? Just like all the Western models, the chakra model, the root chakra is the grounding to the earth, the safety, and people who've had trauma around safety tend to have issues that you might say are associated with root chakra. And it's funny because, my wife and I were talking about this because she, and she's a scientist, but she was getting interested in the chakra stuff because energetically she can feel correlations in the body and she's able to like move energy around. She just has this gift. So she was telling me, and she's like, all your fear-based personality traits, like always worrying about taxes and saving for retirement and catastrophizing and always looking for danger, this sort of Enneagram 6 stuff. She's like, it feels very root chakra to me. And so then when I would meditate I would start to focus on that and would often bring up feelings of fear or of, so it was quite helpful. And then feeling energy kind of root into that. So these things, look, even if it's a story, right? Which everything is ultimately, if it helps you to process these things that weren't seen, to bring them into light, then that's beautiful. So I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about rectal administration, and I'm sure it's on the forums and stuff, but
not much. I don't know why
that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to get the word out so people know about it. And I also want to just destigmatize working with that part of the body.
It's funny, even you can see me making jokes about it because we're so conditioned to try to put a little distance. There it is. That's a pure MEO Pumoji. Yeah.
And it's an interesting, I mean, here's my psychodynamic hat coming on. When I look at something like this, it's like, why culturally do we make so many jokes about poop? And it could be because we're afraid of that animalistic part of our human experience, that maybe it reminds us of death. And I think we were talking about this earlier, that there's this Ernest Becker in his book, The Denial of Death, talks about maybe kids make jokes about poop because the act of pooping, it feels so primal. And it's like, again, you can't ultimately control it. I imagine as a child, it's probably, I would think about the first time I ever saw my stepdaughter like throw up when she was 2. She said something that just blew my mind. I was like, wow, that's so interesting. She said, oh my God, something that was inside of me just came out of me.
Oh,
and she was having this primal experience of the horror in a way of like, what is it? Like these boundaries of me and not me. And so I just sort of imagine like when we're so little and we're peeing and pooping and stuff like that, there's got to be these primal feelings of kind of horror around these acts of like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
this stinking like mass is like coming out of my body. Where did it even come from? Like if you don't even know it's from your food, like what even is it? Like it's
so oh man. So
right?
this You can start me talking about poop. I'll go. I had a song called "Nothing Compares to Poo," which was a Sinead O'Connor parody. But so I had this experience. I find sometimes sitting on the can is one of the most meditative experiences when you really dial into sensation.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the experience of, okay, you're taking a crap, and this is too much information.
No,
and I'm sure my mom's
it's
already
great.
tuned out because we're talking about drugs. But there's a sense when it's felt energetically that nothing is leaving anything. It's just a flux of energy.
That is true. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's really there's so much sensation.
Yeah,
there it's very rich.
It's very root sensation. Yeah.
Yeah, it is really interesting.
I didn't know we'd be talking about this. Otherwise,
What's really interesting is pooping when you're on the medicine, which I've done in an ayahuasca ceremony.
Oh yeah, because it's very
I had
poopogenic.
Some GI stuff, and I was like, oh wow, yeah, this is just all energy.
It's all energy.
Yeah,
it's all a flux of. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. But I think there's something cultural here. I think that, people throw this around the term, the West. Obviously, that's a kind of vague category, but from my cultural context as like a white American, I feel like it's a very the dominant culture is very death phobic, very like butt phobic and poop phobic. Like these are all kind of taboo things, and I think it's all connected because it's part of nature. It's part of what connects us to animals, and we want to think of ourselves as somehow
better
these
than
higher beings. It's this kind of speciesism, and so I think there's something about it, and this is part of the process that I work through with clients. Because when I first mention it, and I had to learn this, I couldn't just say rectal. I had to say self-administered rectal, because the first time I ever said, a client went, no, and I was like, self-administered. Oh,
okay.
Oh, okay. You're not gonna, of course not. I'm not even in the room. Like I just give you a kit, I leave the room and come back. But what is that? Like this thing around our anus, but we have a reaction. I think it has to do with the fear of death.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
But I think so much of society is arrayed against the fear of death, especially in the West. And it goes to everything. It goes to the constructions that we have on identity and everything, gender, what our political beliefs are.
Yeah.
Like, they're all putting a little distance and trying to control something by categorizing it and putting it in a box and so on. It makes us feel safe. It makes us feel, and it's natural, and you can't it's easy to feel shame when you recognize that you're doing it. But at the same time, you have to go, okay, no, this is just how this thing is wired. This matrix runs like this. We can change it.
Yeah.
But we have to change ourselves too. Yeah.
Can we change it? I don't know. Seems like it's just happening.
Yeah. You're right. Actually.
Yeah.
Gosh, when I say we can change it, it's almost like you can get the part of the story can be that you did this change.
Yeah.
But the change just happens. It's just happening. Everything's changing every minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So beautiful. So beautiful. Guys, this conversation.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful, that you were able to come all the way here and share this with people. And this is personal stuff. It's difficult stuff. It's stuff that's been taboo to talk about. It's stuff that's, been stigmatized for a long time.
I'm just blissed out right now. Yeah. Even though I'm not interested in happiness, I'm noticing this temporary experience arising of like, whoa, this is great because, this feels so rare because I feel like I'm an introvert, I would say. And so I tend to relate, best to people in small kind of one-on-one ways. And I feel like for the most part, these kind of conversations, not everybody has an interest or willingness to do them. And so I feel like I feel like my friends are like my jewels that I collect them because it's these very special people that I've met along the way.
Me too.
That are really, wow, like I can talk to you about, like, I don't know, things like sociopathy or death or pooping or just the weirdness. I was talking with a friend the other day and he said, I'm also a literature geek and we were geeking out about this amazing book called Solenoid, which I want to put a plug for it, by Mircea Cartarescu. Amazing novel. But anyway, he was saying, isn't it just amazing how weird everything is? The fact that every few seconds I have to take a breath and I'm taking in these molecules of oxygen from the atmosphere into my body inside of me to stay alive. And isn't that just so bizarre? And I'm like, yes, thank you. Like, I'm so grateful to have friends like that in my life that we can go to these weird places instead of just, and I want to say, again, not passing judgment, and it's like, it's not everyone's jam,
you don't care
right?
about that.
But it's like, this is what lights me up. And it's amazing, even though we haven't known each other that long, I feel like here we are, like, live being recorded, just like having these really free flowing, open, vulnerable conversations. It's awesome.
Beautiful. And, we haven't done medicine together or anything. This is just us doing this. It's the doing. Yeah. It's beautiful. So, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I know that you've been trying to prime me to talk about gender for some time. So
yes.
I'm ready now.
Okay. So it's funny. When we took our break, we talked about this a little, and I'm like, yeah, sorry. I was kind of hounding you to get to the gender thing because I know my audience will be curious. And you said something
the earrings.
that was that really affected me, like caused me to lean in. Could you share kind of what your feeling was when we were trying to guide towards talking about that?
Yeah, this was really interesting. I didn't know it was happening at the time. It was something unconscious that I later processed with Zubin. But it's interesting. Yeah, ever since we've started our relationship, anticipated this, you've said, I really want to talk to you about your gender. And I do want to talk about it. And I think somehow there has been some slight resistance from me around that. And I think that was showing up in the earlier segment because, at various points you were, I would say very gently, I didn't experience it in any way as some kind of imposition. You were sort of saying, kind of redirected, can we talk about the gender piece? And I kept sort of saying, well, there's one more thing. There's one more.
Let's talk about Salvia. And
And in the moment I was thinking, well, I had this kind of architecture of the conversation and we got to tie up this before this. It was very rational, but I think there was something emotional, unconscious that was happening. And I think it has to do with the fact that I don't want to be put in a box, like as that being the primary way that people relate to me. Like in this conversation, I'm mostly excited to talk about, awakening, and like a sort of a freighted word, this kind of connecting process. I'm excited to talk about psychedelics. I'm excited to talk about meditation. And I do want to talk about my gender, but I don't want that to be the main thing. It's kind of, it's sort of like, I do in my biography, I'll sometimes say I'm a queer non-binary therapist because it feels sort of efficient to say it that way, just to kind of, as opposed to saying like, I'm a therapist who also happens to be non-binary. But I kind of like, in some ways, if it wasn't awkward to say it that way, that would be a little bit more true to my experience, is that I want people to relate to me in terms of in this conversation, in terms of my professional background and what I'm offering. And
which is ridiculous. It's so much. You. Yeah. Judging by the conversation alone. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks. And like I also identify as non-binary. That doesn't mean, and people, as soon as you have that identifier out there, people put you in all sorts of different boxes and make assumptions about you. And even, if you say I'm a non-binary therapist, people will think, oh, okay, well, you only see queer people, or you only treat issues having to do with LGBTQ identity. Right. I found this really interesting when I first came out on my website and on Psychology Today, which is this database
and that was recently.
Yeah, it was recently that my number of straight or cis clients just totally dropped off a cliff. And all of a sudden I only started getting, which is fine. I'm like happy to work with that population, but I actually enjoy working with like everybody, no matter how you identify.
And you have been for a long time.
Yeah. And I was talking with a friend of mine about this from college who identifies as straight and cis. And I was talking and he said, well, let me tell you something. If I'm going to be really honest, if I went to your website and I saw that you are a non-binary therapist, my assumption would be I shouldn't approach you to work with you because you probably only want, that's like, you're a queer therapist who wants to work for people. And who am I?
Right.
And I thought, oh, that's so unfortunate. I hadn't even anticipated that.
I wouldn't even have thought of that.
Yeah. And so now he encouraged me to have on my website, I have some little line. I can't remember exactly what I say, but it's something like, I also love working with cis people too, or straight people. Like I'm not exclusive.
Right.
Who I work with. So I think I think I was feeling some kind of resistance of let's get all the content out first in terms of what I really want to deliver here. Because this is what I mainly want to talk about is psychedelics and non-duality and that cross-pollination. And let's talk about, I've been on this gender journey as well. And I don't want one to sort of overshadow the other.
Beautiful.
And there's also this thing about curiosity came up, which I think is super interesting.
Yeah. Let's talk about that because I told you, I said, I know that the audience is going to be deeply curious about that.
Right. Yeah. And I empathize with that, of course. Like I know as soon as people see the little thumbnail or whatever, and here's this person with a beard and earrings and this floral shirt.
And she, her pronouns.
Yeah, and she, her pronouns. And I would think for a lot of the audience, there's going to be something there that doesn't compute. It's
right.
Like, some kind of glitch is going to be happening cognitively. Like, this doesn't fit the binary. There's something that feels wrong about this. You know, if I'm more generous, maybe something that just feels a little uncomfortable, or just it doesn't. Yeah. And then people, of course, want to. So there's some kind of, I think, anxiety there of like, oh, what is this? Like, something's not right, or this is different. And then with that comes that anxiety, and there's, of course, a desire to alleviate the anxiety. And I think the curiosity is trying to alleviate the anxiety because you want to know. And this is really interesting because curiosity is often upheld as either, I would say, like a neutral quality or just a positive quality. Like, yeah, it's why not be curious? You just want to know things about the world. But I think what people don't understand, and I think this is especially true, I think, in the identities that people hold that maybe are more dominant identities and less marginalized. And I've been on the other side of this, which I can explain too. Curiosity can be received as it's usually called like a microaggression, but just in more common language. It can feel alienating.
Yeah.
And it can feel insulting or even dehumanizing.
Yeah.
And I know this on both sides because before I began to identify as non-binary or as queer, I mean, I hold a lot of privileged identities. Like, I grew up in a pretty wealthy family. I was raised and socialized as like a cis straight man. I'm white, so there's just like a huge amount of privilege there. And so I've had so many moments in my life when I think back. I can think of an example where I was in the grocery store and there was some people talking in a foreign language that I didn't understand. And I just walked right up to one of them and I was like, hey, where are you from?
No,
right?
Originally.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. And it's like, what? I'm curious. Like, how could that be? What's wrong? I just want to know. I'm just engaging with this person, right? And it's, built into the definition of microaggressions is this idea that the intention is actually good. Like, there's no desire to cause harm. It's often coming out of just a desire to be curious or to know or to connect with somebody. But on the receiving end of that, somebody who is an immigrant or a person of color who gets that question maybe all the time, where are you from? No, where are you really from? The impact of that over time is that person starts to feel like an outsider, right? Or like an alien.
And they're told to assimilate, but then they're made to feel like they're still not assimilated.
Yeah.
It's paradox.
I can think back of many examples where I have used curiosity. It's a weaponized curiosity, and the people wielding it don't realize that. But it actually just feels really. It's like you think you're connecting with the person, but you're not. You're actually creating disconnection. Yeah. It's and so anyway, so let me. This is really interesting. Like, I've also experienced the curiosity around gender, sort of pre my gender shift or opening, whatever I want to call it, and sort of like a difference post and a dropping off of that, because it used to be, and this is why I empathize with people who might look at me and be like, oh, what's going on? I need to know. For most of my life, I would say when I would go around in the world, and as long as somebody would present very clearly as like a cis man or cis woman, it's like there's no cognitive load. It's just very effortless, right? There's nothing in the brain.
There's no disconnect that's
trying to process something. But as soon as, somebody comes along walking down the street or in the grocery store or whatever, and it's like, oh, there's something going on with that person because I can't tell whether they're a man or a woman. This is very binary thinking. Or this person seems to be dressing in some kind of androgynous way or some gender non-conforming way. Or maybe I'm getting to know somebody who is even telling me they identify as trans or something like that, and I'm noticing myself doing these little mental gymnastics of, okay, I need to pin down the story. So, okay, this person, they said they're a trans woman. Okay, so that means they identify as a woman now, but that means they probably were assigned male at birth. Okay, so now I understand it. So they probably have these genitals, and now they so there's this whole kind of thing
process.
And so I used to do that instinctively, like reflexively.
Mine does that,
around gender whenever somebody wouldn't fit the mold. And I don't know if I have any memories of specifically going up to somebody and being like, are you a man or a woman, with that curiosity thing. But there's the curiosity is kind of like, it's almost like the curiosity is a pretext or sort of a euphemism for something that's actually based in like fear. I feel like it's like, here's something I don't understand. And we are scared of things we don't understand. And we want to pin down the story and put them in a box so we can go, okay, now I know where that person's coming from. And I don't fault people for it. Like, I think it's a very human thing. It's probably a very built-in like survival mechanism. It's like, you want to know whether someone's in your tribe or not, whether they're like you or not.
That's it. Yeah, this tribal sort of confirmation. Yeah.
But it doesn't, and people will only really understand this if they've been on the receiving end of this in their bodies. Like, it doesn't feel that kind of curiosity, what's labeled as curiosity, like, doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody were just to come up to me on the street and be like, so, I mean, I've had kids ask this to me before. It's like, are you a man or a woman? You know? And I can educate them in sort of gentle ways, but yeah, it doesn't feel good. And also the other thing that doesn't feel good is, and actually we had this funny thing happen in the grocery store. We were shopping,
let's talk about that.
And it was like this sort of drive-by compliment thing.
We were checking out.
Yeah, and this happens to me all the time. A lot, really. Where, we're checking out in the grocery store, and then somebody will just walk by me, love the skirt, nice earrings. And again, this is a classic kind of microaggression in the sense that the intention, I would say, is very good. They're wanting to pay me a compliment. They're wanting to maybe affirm me. I mean, I'm making assumptions, but I think probably in their mind, there's like, oh, look, a non-binary person, life is hard for them. Maybe I should make them feel good by affirming them or something like that. But to me, it's like, it's not about me. It's about them. It's about this kind of virtue signaling. Like, now I feel good because I did this act of
understanding.
And then I think too, there's an implicit request, I think, like, of emotional labor on my part, because they want me to say thank you, and sort of have the sense of
validation.
Like, aren't you such a like good liberal or whatever? Like,
when this happened in the grocery store, I could feel it right away. I could feel the good intention of the gentleman who was saying it, but I could also I was like, that's virtue signaling.
That's the
you could just kind of see it. And if it happens repetitively, it must just, I can empathize how it's just like,
it doesn't feel great.
I don't feel great.
I don't need to dramatize it. Like, it's not something that I lose sleep over. And I want to be clear too that there are a lot of trans and gender non-conforming, non-binary people in environments where
it's aggressive.
They're facing like violence,
straight up aggression.
So like, I feel like I have so much privilege in the environments I live in, but that's like the worst I'm facing.
Yeah, it's still. And so for me, it's so interesting because what it highlights in me is a complete blind spot. And I think this is something that you and I have talked about off camera, which is, so why should we be interested in these pieces of identity and things like that? Well, partially because part of this whole unfolding is feeling into everything that is hidden, or that's seemingly hidden, that we won't allow or we can't see in ourselves. And some of that are these unconscious biases, assumptions, and programming that society is doing all the time. And actually, ever since I've met you, like, because I don't know a lot of non-binary people, even though I worked at San Francisco General at the height of everything in the 90s, it was mostly a gay and lesbian population. And in those days, I didn't even know that we had all the language. And so then you kind of feel into, okay, so what are my assumptions? Like, what's my curiosity about? Like, what is it that, and when you talked about it to me, I was like, oh my God, that feels like a component of that. Like wanting to understand so I can put things in the societal place they're supposed to be in.
Right. For you and also for your listeners.
And for the listeners. Yeah. Because part of my superpower is knowing kind of what my listeners are feeling and then asking in that way. And so when we were reflecting on it, I was like, wow, like that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be clear too. I'm just imagining people in the comments being like, oh, that person was just paying you a compliment. Like, why are you being so sensitive or whatever? And it's, I think there's a nuance when we're talking about connecting and relating and really forming a bond with somebody where it's like, if that person had come up to me and we had a conversation and they were really close to me and we were connecting and then they said, oh, by the way, like those earrings with the color, and that's like really cool. I really like that. I would like be like, oh, this feels super authentic. Yeah. This feels like it's not just this token kind of virtue signaling thing.
Because this person made a beeline away from whatever they were doing, came into our line and was like, those earrings are great. And then made a beeline. Yeah. It was very, I could feel it.
Yeah. It was about, I felt like it was more about them than
Right,
it was
right.
me. And
again, good intention.
Again, good intentions.
But like,
yeah.
And
so I think, maybe there was something there where I was resisting, because this feeling of, okay, you want to cater to your audience is chomping at the bit because they're curious. What's going on with the earrings and the floral shirt? And you want to cater to them. And there's this whole pressure built up around curiosity. And then I'm sort of being asked to satisfy that so that everyone can decide, like, okay, now we know what's going on. The non-binary person, whatever, and whatever story they need to tell in their own heads about what genitals I have or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which I know, because I used to do that kind of stuff. And then your nervous system settles down. I can imagine what body this person's had. I don't have to be afraid. But what's really interesting to me is when you notice that, and there's benign forms of curiosity, of course, but this particular kind of curiosity that is connected to fear and fear of the unknown. What's been so interesting for me is that, having experienced this transformation myself, that has gone away for me, which is really interesting. And now when I'm out in the world, I really don't feel like I see binary and then, all of a sudden here's an outlier and I need to do this cognitive work to make this person somehow fit in
Put them
this
in the
third
box.
category. It's like, I just see people in this really beautiful gender map, that I actually wish was much more diverse. And there's the diversity of the gender map has been so limited by the binary system.
Right.
And I shared with you this video of Alok.
Remarkable video. I'll link to it.
And part of their project is degendering fashion. And I just think gender is such a beautiful expression of our humanity. And to me, it's just as unique to each person as your name, or as your I don't know, as like getting a tattoo, or as just like the music you listen to. I think it's something that's like a creative process. And I think it's so sad to me in a way that mainstream, dominant culture has basically said you have like two options. It's almost like only having two ice cream flavors, and that's it.
Chocolate and
it's
vanilla.
Like, what the hell? Like, why can't I have a beard and wear she, her pronouns? Like, why do we need rules around that? And if there are rules, like, how do they serve people? Like, if I'm somehow not allowed to do that, like,
who is that helping?
Yeah, who is that helping?
Yeah.
And
we know who it's hurting.
Yeah. And
actually, it's hurting all of us.
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah,
I think it is,
because then everybody's uncomfortable just being who they are. They have to try to find, okay, can I fit into this identity?
Yeah. And it's like, I've heard so many stories from people who, as kids, say, I used to, paint my nails, or just.
I told you my story. I used to dress up like Little Red Riding Hood and go into the woods and like basically a dress and a basket.
Yeah. And at some point, you and I too, like, received some kind of message. Maybe it was verbal, maybe it was pre-verbal, maybe it was in the form of violence, maybe it was the form of being mocked or called a sissy or a fag or whatever, that like, that's not okay. And I think a lot of that is rooted, and this is something Alok talks about as well, in misogyny, because it's this idea of like, if we hate women, then men should not look like women, because then you're feminizing yourself, and that's to be denigrated, and it's debasing yourself down to the level of like women. And I think,
and in some sense, in a spiritual level, like from this, let's use the word awakening again, the masculine and the feminine energies are both certain movements, and this isn't in the classic masculine feminine we think about in society. There's certain movements, like the sort of enmeshment, feminine. I don't know how to talk about it. Angelo actually speaks fluently about this, and then the masculine sort of deconstructive energy. And if we're really fixated in one or the other without allowing whatever's actually there, it can be a little problematic. So in a way, that openness, it seems to me like your work with the medicines have allowed a more open.
Yeah. I'm glad you asked that, because that was the one thing I left unsaid was how this happened to me. Like, why am I wearing earrings? Like, how did I end up like this? Essentially I identified as straight and as cis for most of my life. I certainly, when I think back, there was lots of coloring around, outside the lines or blurring the edges, different experiences I had that there were certainly like queer experiences of queer design, just like reading a homoerotic scene in a book and feeling, aroused by that, but then having some way of telling myself, oh, well, that's not, I'm not gay, or like, there's always ways of trying to shut it down.
So and relating to that, because some people don't know this, and I'm not sure I fully understand the definition of queer.
Yeah. So queer is a word that used to be, and I'm not any kind of like scholar. You should really follow Alok if you want to know that Alok is like such a
very
scholar.
eloquent.
Yeah. My understanding is queer originally was a kind of derogatory or pejorative term to describe people who were in some ways, LGBTQ kind of identified. And then it became reappropriated as pejoratives often are by the communities that are targeted as a way of reclaiming power. And so it's often used as a kind of umbrella term.
Mm-hmm.
So, you have this alphabet soup of the, LGBTQ, and there's several more like
plus
IA, plus,
yeah.
So queer is like within that initialism, but also it's often, I would say, and people might disagree with me, but it's sometimes used as an umbrella term to encompass like all of that. And there's different ways people use it. So, I personally just I use non-binary to describe my gender. I use queer to describe my sexuality. And to me, that just means I'm attracted to lots of different types of people. I could probably use the word pansexual, but I also that doesn't totally, I don't know, for some reason it doesn't totally fit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to have this great diversity of words so that people can find what clicks with them.
Right. Better descriptors.
Why not?
Yeah.
And sometimes people complain about, there's so many words now, gender. And it's like, why not have, if you're going to have ice cream, why not have a bunch of flavors? If you're going to paint a painting, why not have a bunch of different colors? Like, if you're going to express your gender, why not have all these different identifiers? I think it's the more the better, I would say. So that's how, queer, those two words they resonate with me in terms of my gender and sexual feeling tone. But obviously they might not for others. But I would say generally speaking, queer is sort of an umbrella term for being not straight. And sometimes people will say gender queer for not being a cis. So sometimes that term is thrown around as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. So you were saying you might, have some homoerotic feelings reading a piece, yeah.
So I think there was some element of queerness there my whole life, even as a young person. But I always found these ways to shut it down for obvious reasons, because I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian family where that was just not acceptable. And so I found I had these ways of almost creating these intrapsychic chambers in my mind of we're just gonna, that's the exile, we're gonna shut that off because it's too dangerous. And then so fast forward to 2020, and we're getting back to the lion's mane. So this is one of the really interesting things about lion's mane, which, as I describe it, sounds like the worst thing ever. But it actually there were a couple of really good outcomes. One was this unjourneying thing.
Mm-hmm.
Another was this opening up of my gender, and the way it happened was through the linguistic neurocognitive disruption. Because what happened was during that peak phase of the lion's mane difficulties, this is about 2 years, but it was mostly in that first year, it was so hard to process language. And I mean really hard. I wish ChatGPT had been around back then. That would have been great, because I could have constantly been asking ChatGPT, how do I say this? How do I use this word? I was constantly Googling because I just forgot how to speak English. That's how it felt. Mm-hmm. Things just didn't sound right or intuitive. But then here's a really interesting outcome of that is that you realize how much of your experience is structured by language,
right?
By this kind of semantic web of associations. That's it's some philosophers would argue the language is almost primary to our experience.
Yes, primary, yeah. Or the structure of thought.
Yeah, the structure of thought. But that was very impaired and very offline. And so what that meant is that my identity and my identifiers, somebody just asked me previously, and this is something we do in social work school, right? You always have your sort of identifiers, in a social justice context. It's okay, I'm straight and I'm white and, have this disability or whatever. It felt in a way, I remember at the time, the metaphor that made sense to me was, it's almost like if all those identifiers are in a cupboard it was always like ready at hand for if somebody asked me, how do you identify? I was like, oh yeah, this is me. This is my name. And all of a sudden I was having this experience in the lion's mane fog and of reaching into that metaphorical cupboard of identity and just like, where is everything? There's nothing there. It was so weird.
Wow.
And so I would have these strange lapses in memory where I would forget words. And yeah, if somebody asked me, well, how do you identify gender-wise? It'd be like, okay, I'm reaching. Okay, I guess like a man. But then I would be looking at this sort of object, of the word, man. And it's like, what even is a man? Like, what is, and then it's like, okay, I'm straight, where's that? Okay, that one. I think that's what it was. And it's like, wait, what? What does that even mean? So that's how impaired my brain was.
Wow.
That words didn't make sense. And I hope that people won't, listening to this, sort of go down this kind of like, oh, you're non-binary. It's some kind of pathology.
Mental illness, right?
Right. Because
exactly.
that's a narrative.
Yeah.
I think I would say for myself, I would frame it as, it's kind of like, that idea of semantic satiation, that word is always hard to say, where if you keep repeating a word, like apple, it just becomes
gibberish.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's essentially what was happening. And this is also connected with non-duality because you recognize that everything is a construct, right? Like your mind is making everything into these objects, but these things can be deconstructed into something else that's much more expansive or fluid or creative. And yeah, that's true of language, and that's true, I would say, of gender identity and of sexual identity. And so I was just in this very fluid period where I remember just saying like, wow, I don't, what even is a man? And is that really me? Is that how I identify? And so I just felt this great sense of freedom. Initially, it felt like an emptiness, like almost like a void, like there's been a loss of identity. But then what filled that was this sense of just openness, like an open meadow of, well, I could, getting back to the palette, like I could paint with whatever colors I want. And so it really, as an adult, and this is back in like around 2020. So this is just about 4 years ago.
Very recent. Yeah.
I really did this deep exploration of who am I really? And the other thing too that I'll say is there was something around shame. I don't know what the lion's mane did, but somehow shame, just my overall just level of shame just globally just like significantly decreased.
What a gift.
Yeah. And it did it in weird ways that some people are going to be like, not
she's
so much
shameless.
A gift.
Yeah.
Where it's like, again, it's like all the familiar categories. It's just all the knee-jerk reflexive associations of this is good, this is bad, this is who I am, this is who I'm not. All that stuff just got really fuzzy. And so the sort of visceral, maybe disgust or sense of something is bad that maybe I'd been trained in my whole life to think of. I mean, I remember as a kid being in like Provincetown and there was a poster of like two women kissing. And my mom was like, oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Because, And I remember having the sense of like, but I want to. It's interesting. It's different.
Yeah, it's different.
The women are kissing. But okay, I can't because it's evil. That was the framing for my mom. So I had all that. And that gets, in your nervous system as disgust, right? Or as like contraction. But somehow all of that stuff just got really fuzzy. And I also was experiencing this, and I have no idea how to explain this except that maybe I was having some kind of inflammation kick up or something, but I became like really hypersexual during this period for about a year or two, and just like really attracted to all sorts of people that I just like wouldn't necessarily have been attracted to before, but it just felt like my level of sexual attraction was just really amplified in this very kind of jarring way. And so it was interesting because I would experience this attraction, and then there'd be parts of my brain that were saying, in the past would have been like, well, you can't be attracted to that person because that's disgusting or that's wrong or that's bad because if you kiss that person, it's like my mom, you can't kiss, women can't kiss women, all this sort of thing. But the shame, disgust reaction was no longer online, and the sexual energy was very high. And so I just experienced just looking around and just feeling this great sexual kind of liberation in a way. It's like, oh, I can be attracted to whoever I want. And like, no, who's punishing me? like that punishment is just in my head from my childhood. and it's not here now. And so I can really be attracted to whoever I want to be. I can identify. And again, with gender, it's like, oh, here's an interesting thing. It's like, as a person socialized to be cis, like if I were to wear a skirt or something like, earrings and look in the mirror or just look down at a skirt, like there would be a definite visceral feeling of disgust, and I think, and again, I don't fault people for this, but I'm sure a lot of listeners might relate to the fact that if they see somebody who appears to have been assigned male at birth, wearing a dress, like there might be some feeling of disgust that arises. And I want to tell people that's okay. That's just your feeling. It's not your fault. And that comes out of transphobia, and that comes out of cissexism, and this, and that comes out of misogyny as well. So I had all that in me, but with the Lion's Mane, somehow, I don't know how, my brain was just in some kind of state where all that stuff just went offline. So it meant that, I can put on a skirt and I can look down and I don't feel the disgust, or it's very diminished. And so without all those different constraints, in a way, it's almost like, I used to describe it to people as it feels like my gender is just very fluid and very open. And somehow in my childhood, it was shunted and confined very tightly into kind of container by all the trauma, all of the religious trauma, all of the, just sort of the gender binary, the patriarchy. And then all those walls just came down. And so then whatever that fluid was just kind of found its new level. And so that was kind of it. So it unfolded over a period of time where I started telling my wife, like, I feel like I don't identify as like a cis man. I feel like there's something else, something feminine in me. And
your wife identifies as a cis female.
That's true. Yeah. So, I identify as non-binary, and then I started experimenting with wearing skirts and dresses, and it was really hard, going out in public and feeling very vulnerable, and very scared, and I didn't know what was going to happen. Am I going to get beat up or who knows what? And and getting a lot of looks and things like that, and then over time it became more acclimatized to it. And then I started using different pronouns like he, she, or they. But then I found that people would always default to he, again, because they always want to put you in a comfortable box.
Right.
And so I started leaning more into she. And over time, I've found that particular pronoun is the closest that I can find to my gender, what I call like gender feeling tone. Like
the tone of it. Yeah.
Yeah. It just, and there's something, I recognize that for a lot of people, and I've gotten this a lot, even from close friends. It's like, okay, she, but you have a beard. Like, okay, I'm going to work on it, but it's hard for me. And I get that, because that's how we've been socialized. But in some ways I wish there was a greater palette of pronouns. And there are like neo-pronouns and stuff like that for whatever reason, I haven't found one that
fits.
I really like. But, but I actually, there's something about, again, this curiosity and this pull to put people in boxes that I think is so damaging to everybody. And for me, like, there's something about, for me, staying in that place of resistance to that and sort of inviting people into their discomfort with that, that feels very resonant with what I'm trying to do in the world with my gender. Like the fact that even for me, sometimes when I hear she, her, there's like this moment of like, there's some shadow of some training from my past where it feels like it doesn't connect. But then in my current self, it feels resonant. And so I empathize with people when they, have a hard time with it. But it's like, I don't want to cater to that curiosity and that comfort. I want to, can you come with me into this little bit of discomfort around the gender binary and like stay here and see what might open up for you? Like maybe you might want to paint your nails every once in a while and like explore that. You know what I mean? And not like feel disgusted at yourself. Like,
I thought I would have a million questions about this, and I don't. It's just clear. The way you expressed was perfect. And when I see you, I think, initially it's like that. It's like, but beard, she, her pronouns.
It's not adding up here.
I can't, like, my brain is so conditioned that I keep misgendering, even mentally. And then the more I'm here, the more it's just like, oh no, this is exactly who and what you are. And it's seen as one cohesive perfection. And then this sort of occurrence occurs. And I think this does help to have some non-dual perception where you realize it's exactly as it is. Why do we need even a label like we do in society to be able to talk? But it's perfect. And that's hard initially because we're living in a world where we are constructing it through thought and conditioning.
Yeah.
And I think if I'm understanding at all, and I can't fully because I'm not you, but there was a collapse of the overlay. And you even described it as semantic overlay, as language overlay. And so that toolbox of language is gone. And now you're just seeing what's there. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's just absolutely beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope it's just inspiring to everybody. And I share with, again, I keep dropping this name Alok because they're just amazing. But that this is hopefully inspiring to everybody. And I don't have some, people sometimes think, oh, the radical queer agenda, or the radical gender agenda.
You're going to invade my bathroom.
It's like, I don't want everybody to be like me, or I don't have any problem with people identifying how they identify. I just think there should be more options and less shame, right? And I think that if there were, I just think people, I don't know, I just think people would feel more at home in their bodies, and in the world.
Which in some ways is this crux of the problem is we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're alienated. It's almost like original sin. We've been kicked out of Eden and Eden is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So beautiful.
That's it.
I now it's like, it's funny when I feel like the body light up, I can't not express something about it. I don't know what it's like. There's so much stuff that I'm unable to, like, even when we were talking after the first segment and we're like, okay, so what's our next segment? However it is, like, it's impossible to not express if like, oh, I felt some shame during this or this happened. It's like, but it doesn't happen with everyone. It happens with people who are also quite open. And so imagine if everybody got more and more and more open.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
And this is what I love about the emphasis of spiritual practice being connection over liberation, because it's like all these things are just more experiences to explore together and to share. And if you're feeling shame, it's like, I wouldn't want you to cut yourself off from that. Or it's like, tell me and let's share it together, because I feel shame too. And it's like, shame isn't bad. It's just, it's energy in the body. It's conditioning. And, things like we talked about this earlier, like the fear of death, that's often seen as like the main thing in spirituality that you're definitely supposed to get over. And if you have fear of death, you're definitely not enlightened.
You haven't done it.
And it's like, what's wrong with the fear of death? Like, it's a really interesting experience. When it comes on me, I was telling you this earlier, like for whatever reason, I particularly feel this glassy, cold sense of fragility come over my body. And that's a really interesting sensory experience. Like, in some ways, just as interesting as
the taste
being
of chocolate.
deep in a non-dual meditation, the taste of chocolate or anything else. So it's like,
I love it. This was such a wonderful conversation. I'm so grateful.
I'm grateful too. Thank you.
So I think what I'll do is we'll put this out, we'll share it. People who are into this are going to be, they're in for a super treat. And it's challenging. Yeah, some of it's challenging. And then I think what we'll do is if we do have the time or the capacity, we'll try to go through some of the meditations in another video. If we can't do it, that's okay.
Yeah.
And
I suspect it'll go pretty quickly because these are designed for beginners.
Yeah.
Which you're not. So I think you'll take to it very quickly. Yeah.
So okay, good. So let's break. We'll say bye to the audience and thank you if you've been through this.
Thank you.
And your website is Unjourneying.
Unjourneying.com.
And I'll link to it.
Yeah.
We'll link to the Alok video.
Oh, yeah.
We'll link to, that's the main thing, actually. I think if we do those things.
Yeah.
Because that video, you had me watch it. And at first I was a little resistant even because I was like, well, I'm going to meet you and we're going to talk about this. And then I watched it and the hosts were a little tricky, but because I'm a host snob, but, which is a fixation of mine, but Alok, the way they expressed about this was heart-opening for me. Like I'd never seen it through that lens. And I'm one of the skeptics too, like, oh, why are we even talking about this? It's more identity. What are we doing? And now my heart is open. And they said something that I thought was beautiful. They said, you don't have to understand me to love me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I thought that was so beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That definitely hit me too. Yeah.
It's nice to have both, though, understanding and love.
Yeah. Well, that's why
If
these
you can do it.
conversations are helpful.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Thank you, Mira.
Okay.
And
Thank
we
you.
are out. Peace.